Is he tired?
It is time for us to do what we have been doing, and that time is every day.
We'll see what happens. We'll know in a very short period of time, but it looks like it could be something that will be not good. Believe me, not good.
I am a dissident.
Don't move. Move.
I'm saying no while you hear Palantir, 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 Palantir. It's not going to be stopped.
Seriously, we need to release the F-scene list.
Turns off.
I am not a church boy.
Turns off.
They're full-on vampires.
They hate our beef. They hate our beef. They hate our beef because our beef is beautiful and theirs is weak.
Not good. Believe me, not good.
Microphone.
There we go. Hello, dissidents. Welcome, one and all, to a Tuesday midday edition of the Do Dissidents podcast. Keaton Weiss here with Russell Dobular once again.
Hello.
What a day. What a day. What's the saying? Is Chinese saying? May you live in interesting times.
Yes.
That's right. May you live in interesting times. So, folks, we are all blessed in that sense, in the sense that we do live in interesting times. They can be scary, but they are interesting. These are definitely not boring times.
That's one word for it.
That is one word for it. So I hope everybody's doing all right today. We're all having a hot Persian summer. That's what we're going to call this summer. Our hot Persian summer.
Yeah. What outfit goes with that?
What outfit goes with
What colors do we wear for our hot Persian summer?
hot Persian summer? Yeah, I don't know.
What do we wear for that?
Yeah, I don't know. What is the wardrobe for that, everybody? I just created a meme with Grok, actually. I texted Russell. I don't know if you got
Paisley?
What's
kind
that?
of a paisley turban kind of thing.
A paisley turban kind of thing. Yeah, that's true. That could be for sure. Yeah, I just created this. I created this during the countdown. You know, using AI for good. You know, this is one of the big teen shows that Netflix has coming out this year. They really did go woke. I didn't realize they went this woke, but that is pretty woke.
That's crazy.
Really crazy. I mean, they're really laying it on thick there. The new summer romance.
They want that merger to go through.
Yeah, that is probably the case. That they're looking for that merger to come through.
Hey, the Department of Justice assures us that there's absolutely no problem with the largest private donor to the IDF taking over half of the news gathering legacy media.
Right.
There's no problem with it at all.
Exactly.
Yeah, he's already got CBS. Why not give him CNN?
Right.
I wonder what this is going to do to all of the most deranged libs I know who think watching CNN is a political act.
Yeah. Who knows?
What are they going to do with their time now?
What are you going to do with your time now? Right? Weren't there people who said, I watch CNN just to make them mad, right?
I had a boss, so I had
a guy.
lunch with him, and he said to me very defiantly, it took me a second to even understand what he meant. He goes, I sit there and watch CNN all day. Like he's really sticking it to the man watching CNN. What's he going to do with his time now?
Yeah. Who the hell knows? But you know, those are the adjustments we have to make.
I just read a very interesting thing. I actually saved it. Okay, so for the 12 boomers we haven't pissed off yet, it basically analyzed why so many boomers. And hey, if you're here, presumably you don't fall in this category. But it got into why they trust the media. I mean, my father's like that. And the guy is like a character from a Tom Waits song. He literally lives at the track. He
Right.
literally lives at the track. And this guy will spout MSNBC talking points to me.
Which track? Yonkers?
No, he's out in Pennsylvania now.
Oh, wow. All right.
He's in oh no, Indiana. He's in
Oh, wow,
Indiana.
okay.
Yeah, yeah.
right.
He's living at the track in Indiana.
Wow.
So I woke up at the track, had myself a shot of Jack Daniels. That's my dad. That's my father. He was a professional poker player. This freaking guy, he's a boomer. MSNBC talking points. You would think a guy like that would not fall for that. But no, mostly they do. And this explanation was very good. When they were coming up, they came up under the regime of the fairness doctrine, where you could actually get in trouble with the FCC if it could be demonstrated that your news was biased.
Right.
Now, we, in hindsight, know that the FCC didn't mind bias in regards to foreign policy, as Chomsky, whatever his affection for Jeffrey Epstein might have been. Manufacturing consent remains groundbreaking in the way it demonstrated that even the media of that era was very selective in the way it covered America's overseas adventures. But overall, there was a literally legal standard that you could not have biased news. They grew up not expecting to have to fact check the news, right? The news is the news. So even now, they've accommodated is that the news I don't agree with isn't real news. Right. But the news that makes me feel good is the news I grew up with.
Yeah, exactly. That's how that goes. All right. Well, we got some real news to report here. Of course, Donald Trump signed what Brett Weinstein even had a good joke. He called this the Retreaty of Versailles. Get it? Just prior to this evening's dinner at Versailles in France, hosted by President Emmanuel Macron, President real Donald Trump signed the Iranian Memorandum of Understanding once Secretary Rubio received it. Here we are, folks. History being made. Yeah, look at those flowers on the table. That's a real man right there. That's a real man's signature.
Yes.
Bravo. Oh, bravo. I love what Macron says to him here.
Good job.
Great job. Yeah, great job. Great job. Yeah. Like he really took that to heart. Great job. Great job. Oh yeah, no, well done. Well done. That's how you do it right there. That's separating the men from the boys. And of course, the Iranian president.
Listen, I hear your wife has a schlong.
Yeah.
Can I see it?
Can I see it? Make me feel better. Iran's president and U.S. President Trump have both signed the MOU. So there it is, folks. It is official. So let's see what's in this thing. We're going to go through the text, and then we got lots more to cover here. But here we go. The 14-point memorandum on sucking Shiite cock. Here we go. The United States of America and the Islamic Republic of Iran and their allies in the current war are signing this MOU to declare the immediate and permanent termination of military operations on all fronts, including in Lebanon, and undertake from now on not to initiate any war or any military operation against each other, and to refrain from the threat or use of force against each other, and ensuring the territorial integrity and sovereignty of Lebanon. The final deal will confirm the permanent termination of the war on all fronts, including in Lebanon, and other provisions of this paragraph. Item 2. The United States and the Islamic Republic of Iran undertake to respect each other's sovereignty and territorial integrity, and to refrain from interfering in each other's internal affairs. The United States of America and the Islamic Republic of Iran commit to negotiating and achieving the final deal in a maximum 60 days, extendable with mutual consent. Number 4, immediately upon signing of this MOU, the United States will begin the removal of its naval blockade and any disturbances or impediments against the Islamic Republic of Iran, and will fully end the naval blockade within 30 days. During this period, the traffic of vessels will be in proportion to the numbers of pre-war traffic being restored by the Islamic Republic of Iran. The United States further undertakes to remove its forces from the proximity of the Islamic Republic of Iran within 30 days after the final deal. Upon the signing of this MOU, the Islamic Republic of Iran will make arrangements using its best efforts for the safe passage of commercial vessels with no charge for 60 days only from the Persian Gulf to the Sea of Oman and vice versa. The traffic of commercial vessels will immediately start, and considering the need for removing the technical and military obstacles and demining by the Islamic Republic of Iran will be instead within 30 days. Will be within 30 days. The Islamic Republic of Iran will conduct dialogue with the Sultanate of Oman to define the future administration and maritime services in the Strait of Hormuz in discussion with other Persian Gulf littoral states in line with the applicable international law and the sovereign rights of coastal states of the Strait of Hormuz. The United States of America undertakes with regional partners to develop a definitive, mutually agreed upon plan with at least $300 billion for the reconstruction and economic development of the Islamic Republic of Iran. The mechanism for the implementation of this plan will be finalized as part of a final deal within 60 days. All required licenses, waivers, and permissions needed for the relevant financial transactions will be granted by the United States. So that's a big one. This, you could argue, is the biggest one. The United States of America undertakes to terminate all types of sanctions against the Islamic Republic of Iran, including the United Nations Security Council resolutions, IAEA Board of Governors resolutions, and all unilateral U.S. sanctions, primary and secondary, in an agreed-upon schedule as part of the final deal. Wow, did Iran hire a Jew lawyer to draw this up? They really got a good deal here. I think the lawyer was Israeli, as it turns out. That would be an irony. The Islamic Republic of Iran and the United States of America acknowledge the critical importance of the sanctions termination issue above mentioned and express their intentions to immediately address these issues in the negotiations in order to achieve mutual agreement on them. The Islamic Republic of Iran affirms that it shall not procure or develop nuclear weapons. The United States and Iran have agreed to resolve the disposition of stockpiled enriched uranium pursuant to a mechanism that will be mutually agreed upon in accordance with the schedule mentioned in paragraph 7, with the minimum methodology to be downblended on site under the supervision of the IAEA, the International Atomic Energy, whatever that last word is, I forget.
Association?
Agency. There you go. The two parties also agreed to discuss the issue of enrichment and other mutually agreed matters related to the Islamic Republic of Iran's nuclear needs, based on a satisfactory framework being agreed upon in the final deal. The final deal will confirm the provisions of this paragraph. The United States of America and the Islamic Republic of Iran acknowledge the critical importance of the nuclear issues above mentioned. They express their intention to immediately address these issues in the negotiations in order to achieve mutual agreement on them. Number 9, getting there, folks. Pending the final deal, the United States and the Islamic Republic of Iran agree to maintain the status quo. Iran will maintain the current status quo of its nuclear program, and the United States will not impose any new sanctions and will not deploy additional forces in the region. Number 10, the United States undertakes that immediately upon signing of this MOU and until the termination of sanctions, U.S. Department of Treasury will issue waivers for the export of Iranian crude oil, petroleum products, and derivatives, and all associated services, including banking transactions, insurances, transportation, etc. So they got a nice windfall coming their way. The United States undertakes to make fully available for use of the frozen or restricted funds and assets of the Islamic Republic of Iran Upon the implementation of this MOU, the United States and Iran will mutually agree on the procedures related to the release of these funds during negotiations. Such funds, whether retained in the original account or transferred, shall be made fully usable for payment to any ultimate beneficiary designated by the Central Bank of the Islamic Republic of Iran. The United States of America undertakes to issue all necessary licenses and authorizations accordingly. And finally, the United States and Iran agree that an executive mechanism will be established to monitor the successful implementation of this MOU and the future compliance of the final deal. After signing this MOU and subject to the beginning of implementation of paragraphs 1, 4, 5, 10, and 11, and the continuing implementation of these measures, the United States and Iran will start negotiations regarding the final deal exclusively on the other paragraphs. The final deal will be endorsed by a binding United Nations Security Council resolution. That's how it goes.
It's getting worse all the time.
Yeah, that is all she wrote. Wow. This aged like milk, huh? There will be no deal with Iran except unconditional surrender. Well, looks like you had unconditional surrender, right? Kind of seems like we're the one who unconditionally surrendered. Tucker Carlson summed this up pretty well. Iran deal officially ends U.S. empire.
With this, the United States has officially acknowledged that Iran is a player. And that changes everything. In the same way that the 1956 Suez Crisis, another crisis, another war over a narrow waterway through which commerce flows, ended the British Empire. Now, of course, you could argue the British Empire really kind of ended with the armistice in 1918 at the end of the First World War. You could definitely argue that it was done by 1945 when they, air quotes now, won World War II. But like a lot of fading empires, it wasn't obvious to the rest of us, or there was muscle memory involved. And Britain had ruled the world. And so it was fading, but not dead. But in the space of a very short period of time with that fairly complex crisis, Britain was done. Why? Because in the Suez Crisis of 1956, Britain made it really clear that no matter what they said or wanted, they couldn't actually affect the outcome. They didn't have the power to settle things the way they wanted. The U.S. did. And so America, maybe not formally, but certainly practically, took Britain's place as the ruler of the Middle East. With this, the United States has shown that it does not have, despite possessing the world's best or biggest or certainly most generously funded military, does not have the military power to impose its will on the 34th biggest economy in the world.
That's right. And to me, the main point there is Iran is now a player. And that is the results of this. Not only did Iran win in the sense that they are still standing as a state, as an Islamic state, but they can argue very persuasively, in fact, I would say definitively, that they are stronger for this having happened, despite the horrible losses that they incurred. They had a lot of civilian casualties. They had a lot of damage to their infrastructure. And I don't want to, have my words twisted or confused as to mean I'm glad that this happened. Because I'm not glad that this happened. The human cost of this was horrible. And war is hell, obviously. But they come out of this stronger than they came in. Iran can say for itself that the casualties that they incurred were not in vain, because the outcome here is that, yes, they went from being perceived by the civilized world, quote unquote, as this rogue terrorist state that had to be contained, if not destroyed, to now being recognized, as we're going to see in Trump's press conference in the next segment, which was absolutely astounding. They are now being recognized as a sovereign state with rights to self-defense, and rights to missile defense and economic rights that were not acknowledged previous to this. And yes, this does represent a surrendering of the empire and perhaps even a folding of the empire. This is the most cataclysmic event on the road to multipolarity that we have seen yet, because now they're going to start selling oil. They are now a formidable presence on the world stage, and they are acknowledged as such by everyone. And they achieved this through resolve and through restraint. They had the resolve to not panic and capitulate in the face of rant after rant, truth after truth, threat after threat. We're going to end your civilization. We're going to wipe you off the map. All options are on the table, blah, blah, blah. They recognized those were the rantings of a child, and they sat tight, and they knew that they were forcing an impossible choice upon the United States. Israel's a rabid dog. They knew that, just as everybody knows that. But they knew that the United States was facing an impossible choice because of the economic pressure and the threats of global destruction and massive loss of human life. And that is where restraint came in, because they did not jump the gun and take out the desalination plants of the neighboring Gulf states and cause mass death and mass displacement, because that would have escalated past the point of no return. So it was resolve, and it was restraint, and it was discipline, and it was preparation, as opposed to over here, we look like a fucking joke. We look like a fucking joke. Donald Trump makes this up as he goes along. Not every day, every hour within every day, he's changing his mind. And so this was an absolute total victory for Iran. There's no question about that. Because there was not massive loss of life, because now, gas has come down a few cents, Donald Trump is going to be able to stop the bleeding with his base and convince them that, America, fuck yeah, or whatever. I can't go inside the head of someone who actually believes that. But whatever, be that as it may, Donald Trump ended up seeing the last off-ramp and taking it. And this is just history being made. You know, what do they say? There are certain days when centuries happen. These last few days, centuries happened. It's an amazing thing to see. It's obviously, for as horrific and idiotic a decision to start this, it was the right decision to end this, or at least put a pause on this for 60 days and piss off Israel enough to the point where the momentum seems to be in the direction that this will get cemented. But there's no overstating the significance of what has taken place over these past few days.
Well, to paraphrase Dr. Gonzo, the pigs did us on all fronts. That's it. This is something I think for Americans, it's very difficult to conceptualize. We have a society, such as it is. These parts of the world have civilizations, and that gives them a certain perspective on geopolitical events. For us, we have a very short cultural memory because we have a very short history as a country. Persian civilization is connected to Cyrus the Great in their mind. This is part of their legacy. They've been around for thousands of years. These are the terms that they think in. These are the terms that China thinks in. For that matter, these are the terms that Russia thinks in. The United States does not have that kind of deep civilizational memory or sense of itself or its own identity. There's a maturity and a patience and a wisdom that comes with that allows you to hold back when you need to and wait out this stupid kid who's throwing a tantrum, because for you, your memory extends thousands of years. Your civilization extends thousands of years. There's just one historical event in an ocean of historical events that is part of your world, that's part of your understanding of yourself.
Yeah.
And I think that is part of what you see here. Yeah, right now, Persian civilization is being governed by the Islamic Republic. Right now, China is ruled by the CPC. It's one phase in thousands of years of history. And in the end, those cultures are more aligned with the totality of that history than any particular moment in that history. That's part of why thinking that the population was going to rise up against the government and side with this uh, power from the outside that they don't like or respect, that they probably actually see as made up of crude, uncouth barbarians who don't really have a civilization in the sense that they think of civilization. The idea that even if they don't like their current government, that their overall sense of themselves as a unified civilization would not take precedence in the face of invading Western powers was very foolish and showed just a complete misunderstanding of Iran.
Yes, 100%, 100%. Not to mention that we are untrustworthy gangsters who will,
Right.
of course, stab them in the
Right.
back
Well, that's
when
another
it becomes
Right.
convenient. The first time it
Well,
becomes convenient,
Gaddafi.
of course. Gaddafi.
Everybody knows what happened to Gaddafi. Everyone saw what happened when he made a deal to give up his program for weapons of mass destruction.
Look what's happening with Israel now and with Netanyahu now. You know, they feel very burned. Obviously, not the way Gaddafi. I'm not comparing them in that sense. But you know, there are no loyalties in this game, man. There really aren't. Israel is going to have a difficult time restarting this war. You know, during this 60-day period, because I think if gas prices do start to come down, if Trump's poll numbers do come up a little bit, they are going to see that as a trend they do not want to reverse again as the midterms become closer. And you're even seeing some war hawks now, like Mark Levin, saying, "Well, maybe we should just wait till after the midterms to hit them." You know, like they're so transparently cynical, right? And so yeah, I mean, they had no reason to overthrow their government. It was ridiculous. It was always ridiculous. It was always going to either end this way or end in an apocalyptic, near extinction level event. And that sounds like hyperbole, but it's really not. And that's why, you know, my take on this segment after segment was I used the word impossible over and over again. I said it's an impossible situation because Donald Trump cannot have $10 gas going into the midterms. He cannot have a global depression going into the midterms. He can't try and take Carg Island and have thousands of troops get killed going into the midterms. On the other hand, he can't tell Israel no. So it's an impossible thing. Something's got to give. And for the time being, something did give. And thankfully, it was the right thing and not the wrong thing. And Israel is caught owning a massive L. They are the real big losers here in the sense that they consider themselves existentially threatened by Iran because they are a paranoid lunatic death cult. But actually, you know, it seems like a pretty good deal for Iran. And it's only a bad deal for the United States insofar as, like, we feel for some reason that we had some, foretold obligation to knock the Iranians off. But, like, really beyond that, what is so bad about Iran getting to sell oil, about Iranian assets being unfrozen? How does that hurt any of your lives? Ask yourselves that, boomers. I mean, ask yourselves, how does this hurt you? How does this hurt you?
Well, this is it really makes you see that the people who dictate the course of events are psychopaths. There was no need for any of this.
No.
There was a moment at the end of the Cold War, the right here, right now, waking up from history. There was this great outpouring of optimism that we were really going to move beyond the nightmare of history and conflict. And, you know, Bill Clinton started to shut down military bases. there was a lot of talk of a peace dividend. We had surpluses as far as the eye could see, right? Because we were going to pull money out of this military industrial complex because we didn't need to defend ourselves against Russia anymore. We didn't have to prepare for World War III. And now the Russians were going to be incorporated into the Western world. So what happened? The military industrial complex was not going to allow that. They had long since metastasized as a cancer in our government. And our finance people were not going to allow Russia to be anything other than a client state. So what wound up happening? The Russian people decided, having their high school daughters prostituting themselves and trading tires for eggs was not a preferable option to restoring the centralized strongman system that they had for hundreds of years and grown pretty accustomed to. And that's how you wound up with Putin. They were willing to go with the Western democratic model. There was nothing in it for them because we wouldn't let anything be in it for them. And then 9/11 is a lot of good evidence that, that might not have been the official story we were told, might not be what actually happened there. And after that, it's been a blank check for the military industrial complex. There was this little window where there was this tremendous optimism that all this was going to end. The people who profit from keeping the world this way would not allow it to end. There was no reason for any of this. And if you go out into the rest of the world, most people, in spite of what they tell us, most people, they just want peace, man. They don't run around. Everything we're told, every accusation is a confession. Everything we're told about this country's crazy and their leaders are madmen. That's us. That's not them. What threat would Iran pose to us? What, they got a bunch of frogmen ready to land at Pasadena?
Right.
Like what do you think Iran is going to do? But the people who profit from keeping conflict and war and death going, they're in control of our societies. And they will be until there is a true people's movement that is organized and determined enough to overthrow them. And this is something I think people miss. You got to be prepared to die if you want to overthrow these people. You understand that, right? Like, they're not going to go without mass death. And I'm not saying you have to be violent. Look at Gandhi's movement. You know how many people died, were killed by the British troops peacefully marching? Like, you're going to have to be prepared to die. And we're not there yet.
No, certainly not. But hey, got to start having some fun here. Look at this guy. Look at this guy. Look at a Maryland man. The Maryland. Hey, what happened to him? What happened to Reza Pahlavi? Oh my God. Oh my God. What happened to the Maryland man, Reza Pahlavi? Remember the psyop around this guy? Right? Mm-hmm. Remember how he's gonna go in once the Iranians overthrow the government, this guy's gonna go in and he's going to be the Shah 2.0. Well, he was just asked what he thinks about all this. Donald Trump saying at the G7, of course, that the Iranian leaders are very rational people. The Ayatollah's gay son, right? So let's take a look.
Comments from President Trump at the G7 today. He said the current Iranian leadership are very rational people. They are nice to deal with. They are strong and smart people. They are not radicalized, and they are looking to help their country. Does that hurt to hear that?
Well, I'll wait for the next tweet, which might come in a few hours, because we have seen a pattern of contradictory messages coming out. So I'm not going to judge by every headline that is coming out.
Salty there, throwing some shade at Donald Trump. All of a sudden, Donald Trump is, unstable and unserious. And, his opinions kind of change with the wind. Look at that. Getting the cold shoulder.
Unlike the deposed Shah's Nepo baby.
Right.
Now, that's a serious guy.
That's a serious guy who's been living, basically in the D.C. suburbs for, the last 50 some odd years or 40 some odd years. What is it? 47 years?
Off
Is
the
that
money
right?
his dad looted on the way out the door.
Yeah, exactly. So, even guys who you kind of forgot all about because it became extremely obvious from, week. I want you to say week. I'll say like day 3 or 4 of this that the Iranian government was not going to be overthrown. So, this was kind of a pipe dream that came and went pretty quickly. And, now, so much happens in a day that, when did this war launch? February 28th into March 1st? I mean, that seems like a year ago. So it seems like forever since we did segments about him. But I remember we did a few segments about him back when he was the next big thing that was being pushed.
Mm-hmm.
And now he is an afterthought to the point where you realize of all the people who feel screwed over by this deal, all the worst people in the world, you literally forgot about this guy. You literally forgot that this guy was supposed to be the future of Iran.
Okay, you know who I really saw pumping up this guy? Libs and feminists, pseudo feminists.
Yeah. That's right.
They're good. He's going to restore women's rights in Iran, the ones who are still alive, right?
Yeah. Big ladies.
Those people all shut the fuck up as soon as the war started. You notice they all went away. What did you think would be the logical outcome of what you were advocating for? Like, what did you think was going to happen? Morons.
Yeah. Pretty obvious, I think. All right. You want to take some super chats and Rumble rants there?
Sure.
We got 1819 in the YouTube chat, by the way, 377 over on Rumble. So smash that like button. Thanks everybody for being here.
ASM V2T. All value comes from labor, physical, emotional, or mental. This is what is lost in the talk of wealth creation. Real wealth, how much humans benefit. Exactly. And that is something that is completely absent from the conversation here. Vienticus Prime, everything's a scam, everything's a lie, everything's hypocrisy, and so you don't comply. I do comply, actually. I'm a big complier from way back. Vienticus Prime, I'm really ready for the part of the saga where the Judy finally defeat the Sith. Yeah. I don't know, man. I don't know how close that is. Saucer, I think it's more likely the Fremen beat the Judy, if you know what I mean. Unfortunately, zero of this posturing matters unless and until we hashtag defund Israel. Zios will still dominate the politics. You guys and hashtag justice for Palestine. I mean, yeah, honestly, my attitude towards all this is wait and see. Because the Israelis are going to do everything they can to undermine this. And the same people who did not allow the end of history to actually happen as it could have, they have a lot of power and a lot of pull still. They are all over Washington.
Yep. I mean, the hope is that as tensions ease over these next couple months and as midterms approach, that combination of factors is going to compound the conviction that apparently was strong enough to make this deal in the first place. Like, you really want to go back to where you were in early June in mid-September or whenever this expires, mid-August now, heading into Labor Day, heading into the fall. Like, you really want to do that? There's not going to be an appetite to do that. The question is, can Israel make him? And that's why these next 60 days are critical, because
and you got to remember
establish...
the Lindsey Grahams and the Republican Party don't give a shit. They don't give a shit for whatever reason. Whatever freaking congregation of regards votes in his freaking district, this guy keeps getting returned to Congress. He doesn't care. He doesn't have to care.
Right.
Abiding. No word yet on who will play QAnon shaman in Sean Penn's January 6th epic, But according to Variety, Michael Rappaport is slated to portray Big O Barnett, the revolutionary who shit on Pelosi's desk.
Good one.
Eric Rousseau, Iran is 2 weeks away from developing Aladdin lamp technology. Trump, we cannot allow Iran to have any wishes.
Good one.
Okay. Biden, not a good week in your state for driving horses. Yeah, first 17 sulkies in Saratoga Springs, then the carriage at Tavern on the Green. Yeah, there was a big carriage accident. Same week, another horse died eating a poison plant in the park. A horse took off with, this happened to me once actually. Horse took off with a family in the back of the carriage. There's a 18-year-old kid in like a pretty serious condition, from what I understand. Look, I was surprised that de Blasio was supported by New York Class, which actually has a lot of funding from New York real estate interests that want to take the land those stables are on. But that aside, de Blasio got a lot of backing from them. I assumed that he was going to outlaw the carriages. But so far, no. But yeah, it's very bad for them when things like that happen, because it seems like public opinion has gradually shifted against the industry over the decades. Eric Rousseau, odds Israel will Charlie Kirk Trump over Iran deal. Maybe, but JD doesn't seems even less hot on the whole thing than Trump was. Although you're muted.
Yeah, and they're blaming J.D. Vance, as we're going to get into. But you saw Netanyahu tweeted that picture of him meeting with the Mossad director. He just tweeted out a picture, talking business with head of Mossad. Very cryptic thing.
Yeah.
That seemed like a threat to me.
Yeah, it seems like a threat. Mark Pugliese, back. It seems like the kind of thing if one of us tweeted it out, the FBI would come to our door. Mark Pugliese, back when I was teaching, I felt nostalgic and wore a paisley shirt to school. The Xers asked me if I cut the shirt out of my couch. I mean, the Xers, we liked vintage. We were into vintage.
That's right.
Our women would go buy those crinoline dresses at the vintage shops from the 50s. Brad Roy, first post, first time catching you Rent Boys live. So here's a few Canadian dollars for all the joy since finding you a year and a half ago. Oh, thank you, man.
Thank you, Brad Roy.
Gina and Heidi, there's no shame in being beaten by the best. I mean, they've been beating people for a couple thousand years now. Wasim Garani, well, about 1,500. Wasim Garani, to be honest, Keaton, they probably have Jewish Iranian lawyers.
That's right. They do have Jewish Iranians, and so they probably got one of their Jewish lawyers to be there. Yeah.
Me shoot skeet, super sticker. All right, I'll do one more. We'll move on. We have a lot here. Orwellian, $50.
Oh, thank you, Orwellian. That's very kind of you.
The sound of a humbled empire is that of a clenched, wet fart. Yeah.
That's right. That's right. All right, folks. Now we're going to have some fun. This press conference yesterday that Donald Trump gave at the G7 was absolutely astounding in a number of ways, where he just decided for an hour straight that he was just going to tell the truth. Basically, he was just going, for the most part. I mean, he fudged a few things. But for the most part, here is Donald Trump echoing point for point, subject for subject, just about everything that the Iran war critics have been saying for the last 3 months. And I feel like you can get a good sense of how this went from this still, where you can see Marco Rubio's expression in the background and Howard Lutnick's expression. They had to stand behind him through this entire hour and listen to this. Pretty amazing stuff.
Because of time limitations, I don't usually deep dive into things I know you're covering. but this is so funny. I might go and just watch the whole hour, 10 minutes while I'm eating dinner.
It's remarkable. I mean, we have about 12 minutes worth of footage here that we're going to go through in different sections. I could have easily grabbed 12 minutes more. I mean, it's impossible to do the whole thing here and get done, anywhere near on time. But
I'm sold.
Yeah, it's remarkable. It's absolutely remarkable. So here he is setting up that, the deal reached with Iran on Sunday will be signed shortly. Here he is.
Reached with Iran on Sunday will be signed shortly. Tomorrow, maybe the next day. Subject deals. My whole life is all about deals. That's all I ever did is make deals. And crazy things happen with deals. I've gone into deals where it's a guarantee. No way it can not be signed. And it doesn't get signed. And I've gone into deals that you have no chance of making, and they go like nothing. So
sometimes you really take it in the ass.
Most likely sign a deal. They want to sign a deal.
Part of
and
making
they've been
deals.
acting very appropriately. They took a big 2 hits last week. Those are 2 very big hits. So
those are 2 very big hits. Now, here he goes. All right, so we're going to cut this up into sections. So if you're watching this on the clips, keep a lookout for the other clips. But basically, this first little mini chapter here is Donald Trump admitting that he really had no cards to play and that the global economy was going to collapse if he didn't surrender the war. Again, this is what we've been saying for 3 months. And for all of his bluster and bravado and bullshit, here he is just coming out and basically saying, I didn't want to see economic catastrophe, which is what we'd have seen had I kept this tough guy act going any longer.
So the one thing I didn't want to see is I didn't want to see economic catastrophe. If you kept this going, that could have happened. But all I know is every time we talked about the possibility of peace, the stock market shot up like a rocket ship. It never went down.
No.
They didn't like it. The people, the stock market is more.
People like hearing that they're not going to die. It's funny, consumer confidence goes up when you think you're going to live. And when you think you're going to die, it goes down. It's interesting how that works.
More brilliant than anybody there is, including the people on the stage, other than me, of course.
This is amazing.
Let's see. I don't know. What do you think, Scott? Is the stock market more brilliant than you?
No, sir.
No, sir.
That's a terrible statement.
Like, he's pissed off. They're all pissed off that they have to stand here through this. They're pissed off that this happened. They're pissed off that Donald Trump was stupid enough to get them into this, since his entire cabinet said this was a bad idea. Marco Rubio, is a good little boy. But according to the New York Times, Marco Rubio was one of his inner circle people who said, no, Netanyahu is bullshitting you. This is a bad idea. Now he has to stand there and eat it. And Trump says, so the stock market is more brilliant than anybody except me. Right, Scott? It's more brilliant than you. No, sir. Yeah, he's pissed off. And we know Scott Besson throws hands. He's got temper on him. He didn't like that. That was deliberately, actually, fuck you. You know what? Actually, I've humiliated myself enough for you. I'm not going to give you the yes and that I am owed, that you feel you're owed here.
And here's a rare case that I'm going to cite Hillary Clinton as a credible source, because I don't see why she would lie about this. She just did an interview where some of the clips are getting around, and she talked about how they used to pull that on Obama. And she talked about how they would call up and say the planes are on the tarmac, ready to go. The same thing they did here, because Rubio talked about that.
Oh, yeah.
How their hand was forced because the Israelis were about to strike. No, your hand wasn't forced. Trump fell for it.
Right.
They did the same. According to her, they did the same exact thing with Obama.
John Kiriakou said the same thing. He said every president.
I guess we got to get into a potentially world-ending war then.
Yeah, well, as long as you're there. May as well do it. Yep.
All right. The stock market is quite brilliant. And every time we said something amazing, like we're going to settle, it would go up. And every time we said something negative, like, guess what? We're not going to be able to settle, it would go down very big, Peter. Very, very big. Tells you something.
You know, some people think we were manipulating the market. You know, some people think
A lot of people in the cabinet, they say, made a lot of money from that.
yeah, a lot of people, like my friend Howard over here with the little girls on the island. You know, he did very well off of that. I think, right, Howard? You did good, huh?
He did very well. Also, my friend Scott. He's angry because he wanted to keep it going another couple of months. He was trying to buy a new yacht, but another 2 months would have been too long, Scott. Too long.
The pink paint was wearing off his house. He needed a new coat of paint on his house.
He calls the house the Pink Palace. Pink Palace.
Yeah. So now here's Trump. It gets worse. It gets worse. Trump is now saying we would have run out of oil reserves in about 4 weeks. There are reserves all over the world, and we would really run out.
I'm going to get bad press. I know that. Now, if I did the opposite, if I went out and continued to bomb them for another 4, just bomb the hell out of them, I'd get bad press on that. No, there's nothing I can do. But what this does is it allows the ships to go. If we keep bombing, those ships won't be going. And you're talking about...
You know, whenever I said, you know, you're all going to die, we're going to bomb the hell out of you, you don't know who you're messing with. We have the biggest military in the world, or we'll wipe you off the map. You know, if I did that, the Hormuz Strait would remain closed and everybody would basically starve to death. You know, if I did that. See, those were totally empty threats.
$500, $600, $700 million a day. It's a lot of money. A lot of money. That's why the world is okay. It's liquid. It's fine. Also, we run out of reserves in about 4 weeks. You know, there are reserves all over the world, and we would really run out. And there'll be a time when you wouldn't be able to get it. And you want to see bedlam? So for all those so-called geniuses that want to show me how smart they are, ask them why didn't they blow up General Soleimani? Ask that of the general and a couple of other people that I like very much, but boy, are they wrong. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah.
How about you?
Marco Rubio is steaming back there.
Yeah, no, of course.
Oh, my God.
Well, speaking of geniuses...
Nick is like, I haven't gotten the call yet, but I might be the one who slips the poison in his tea.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not resigning. Yeah, so Midas Touch put together this little montage of Donald Trump, I guess, playing the role of the genius he was citing, because here he is multiple times throughout the war assuring the public that the Strait of Hormuz was no big deal because we didn't actually need that oil.
It doesn't really affect us. We have so much oil. We have tremendous oil and gas, much more than we need.
We're now totally independent of the Middle East, and yet we are there to help. We don't have to be there. We don't need their oil. We don't need anything they have. I'm going to get bad press. I know that. Now, if I did the opposite, if I went out and continued to bomb them for another 4, just bomb the hell out of them, I'd get bad press on that. No, there's nothing I can do. But what this does is it allows the ships to go. If we keep bombing, those ships won't be going. And you're talking about $500, $600, $700 million a day.
Mr. The hell with it. We got our own oil. Remember all those Truth Social posts about how, you know, people are coming to our shores. Yeah. There's a line, you know, stretching out from Texas to get our oil here in the Gulf of America. Turns out that was all bluster and bullshit, which he essentially is forced to admit here. So one more for this segment here. The U.S. could have bombed Iran for another 2 weeks or 2 years, Trump said. But then the strait wouldn't be open. You mean the strait that we control? I thought we controlled it.
Yeah.
If we didn't do this deal, we could have dropped more bombs for another 3 weeks, 2 weeks, 4 weeks, 2 years. You would never have the Hormuz Strait open. You would never have success. Your market would have, instead of going up at levels that nobody's ever seen before, would go down at levels that nobody ever saw before, maybe except for 1929 or whatever.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, really? I mean, this sounds like what everybody who's not paid by Israel has been saying since February.
Exactly. He validates every possible criticism he could have, which showed that he actually understood the situation he was in, and he was just bullshitting his way through it. You know, you get from observing Donald Trump for these past 10 years that the one lesson he really learned over the course of his life that he really took to heart, and this is probably a function of the fact that his father was this tough-talking scumbag real estate outer borough guy, is that the way you handle people is you just express maximum strength and shove it in their face in order to bully them into submission. You do that no matter what. Whether you have a good hand to play or a shit hand, doesn't matter. You project confidence and strength, and you use that to break the other guy, whatever kind of adversary that is. And that's what he was doing here. He kept insisting, no, we don't need the Strait of Hormuz. We control the Strait of Hormuz. We're going to bomb the hell out of them if they don't cooperate. And, you know, that strategy has served him very well. That strategy serves you very well in the real estate world. It serves you very well within capitalism, quite frankly. Bluster, arrogance, bullying, these all go a long way in a system where money talks and bullshit walks. He ran up against an adversary who was not intimidated by that.
Right.
And he was forced to show his hand. And what has he got? He's got guts. He's got nothing.
He was
got
bluffing.
Nothing. And now he has to show his cards.
He was bluffing. They weren't.
Exactly. And that is how that happens. It's just remarkable to hear him say after these 3 months, well, yeah, I mean, if we kept the war going, you would have had economic bedlam. It would have been catastrophe. Nobody would have had any gas.
Well, and because the whole administration is so stupid, incompetent, and self-defeating, this is why so many, including myself, honestly, and I still don't feel like you should believe this until you see it, said, hey, man, they might do that.
Right.
Look who you're dealing with.
Right.
You got Trump, who's clearly compromised. You got Seethe, who's an incompetent drunk who's not qualified for the job. Who's going to stop him?
Right. Exactly. All right. So now we're going into part 2. All right. So at Trump's G7 press conference, not only was he forced to admit that he had no economic hand to play, but now this is where the real political shift happens. And you heard it from the man himself first. Just incredible stuff from Trump. Total 180 on Iran. We have to unfreeze their money so other countries invest in the U.S. What, says Sarah Longwell? So over these next few videos, we're going to see him talk about the rogue terrorist state of Iran using quite different language than we were used to hearing these past several months, really this past year. This year, I mean, the 12-day war was basically 1 year ago. That was mid to late June of 2025. So here we go. This is how it's going.
Can you explain, though, what the difference is between giving Iran U.S. dollars and unfreezing U.S. dollars for?
Well, the unfreezing, that's an easy one to answer. We have taken a lot of their money, and we have their money. We have taken their money. It's not our money. It's their money, and we froze it. At a certain point in time, I guess we're going to have to give it back. You know, if we didn't give it back, nobody would ever invest in the dollar again. If you took their money, because I thought about it, you know, I'm not the most perfect person. I said to Scott, why do we keep their money? What the hell are we giving it back to them?
I considered screwing
You
him.
know, people from lots of nations, some nations we don't agree with, they have their money. The dollar's become very strong under...
You know, no one deserves this moment more than the guy standing over Donald Trump's left shoulder, Marco Rubio, who sold whatever soul he had, and it wasn't much to begin with, but whatever soul he had to, you know, take this Secretary of State job and position himself for 2028 and beyond. Look at that mug. Like he's got to stand there for an hour and watch this.
And they don't want to have a little conflict with somebody and end up having the United States just take their money. So if you do that, you really don't have a system.
Oh, no, you don't have a system, you say. Oh, so if you do that, then there's no rules-based order. It's just chaos. It's just the Wild West. Oh, wow.
Well, and to be fair, he didn't start this. Biden did. Biden, with the sanctions on Russia, started a rush out of U.S. treasuries and a rush into China's alternate payment system to SWIFT, Unipay, and attempts to create a BRICS currency because of that. That's what that triggered. When you're the Game of Thrones people, or if you're not, quickly, they had a concept in Game of Thrones, the Iron Bank. The Iron Bank had credibility because they were completely neutral. They would give loans to any party, and nobody would cross the Iron Bank. It was the one thing that was anathema to all parties, because it was understood the Iron Bank has to have credibility as an institution, or it'll be bad for everybody. That's how people looked at the dollar as the reserve currency. With Biden placing those sanctions on Russia, it destroyed that credibility. You undermine the credibility of the Iron Bank, and then we further undermined it with Iran. And what Trump is saying is absolutely correct. But this is not just a Trump problem. Really, this pivot came with Biden and the Ukraine war.
Yes, indeed. We go further. Now, here's where we get into just real bizarro world stuff. I mean, did you ever think you'd hear any American president, especially Donald Trump, talk like this? Trump says Iran will keep missiles. That's right. So now Iran has a right to defend itself all of a sudden.
So we'll be working on a parallel effort with the Gulf nations to address non-nuclear issues such as the conventional ballistic missiles, which we'll be talking about, and support. I mean, they have to have some because other people have some. You got to have some. Somebody said you shouldn't give them one. I mean, I have guys. I like some of these guys. But I don't think they're smart. Sir, you shouldn't let them have any missile. I said, well,
now he's taunting. Now he's taunting his own position from 2 months ago. He's like making fun of himself now. Sir, you shouldn't let them have any missiles.
He's like the Green Goblin. He's arguing with himself.
He's arguing with himself. Yeah.
I don't think they're smart. Sir, you shouldn't let them have any missile. I said, well, what am I going to do? Am I going to let Saudi Arabia have missiles, but they can't have them? Yes, sir. It doesn't work that way, you know?
Doesn't work that way.
It doesn't work that way. And missiles aren't the problem. They hurt a little location, but they don't blow up the planet.
Well, I mean, it does work that way if they are a legit rogue terrorist state, the way, say, Israel is, right? Like, I don't think Israel should have missiles. I think the United Nations should disarm them, given how irresponsible they have been with their weapons. But, you know, he's not born and bred in this language the way these lifelong neocons are. Now, he's been their bitch for this entire second term, and that's why things have gone as disastrously wrong as they have. But he doesn't have this in his bloodstream to get the talking points right. This is like Donald Trump 2016 on the campaign trail. This is Donald Trump. Well, you think we're so innocent? We don't have our own killers here. That's what this is. This is all coming out now. Well, I mean, it's not fair. What, we gonna have Saudi Arabia have missiles, but not Iran? Your line for the last year is that they're this rogue terrorist state who's going to get everybody killed. So if that were true, then you could make the case that they should not have these missiles. And that's the case that the neocons and the Zionists have been making, not just this year, but as long as I've been alive. But, you know, if that's not as true as they say, then, of course, what you say makes sense. And what he says does make sense. It's just it all is pouring out of him on the stage at the G7 all at once. I've never seen anything like it. It was just incredible. Just incredible. Not only that, now he leaves the door open for Iran enriching uranium. Look at this.
We've been pretty tough on that. You know, it is a little hard, though, when you say that somebody wants it, other people have it, other adjoining states have it, and you're not letting them have it for purposes of electricity and things like that. It's always a little tough. You have to use a little common sense, please.
Wow.
One is crazier than the next.
Wow.
Just
Wow.
amazing. Excuse me? Yeah, they're taking screenshots of Lutnick and Rubio. I'm surprised they didn't just like back away from him. Like they actually stood behind him. The look you make when you know your career is over. Yeah.
Seriously,
Oh, it's
he
just
looks like he
amazing.
just got smacked around and given a wedgie in the locker room.
Oh, it's just exactly. Well, he's completely deflated. I mean, completely deflated. No, this is a career ender. I mean, it's a career ender, and you know, look. I mean, the irony of this is that even though it's a career ender for these people, I obviously applaud Trump's decision to pull back from the brink here. Like this is at this point, this is obviously the right thing to do. Now, it was the dumbest decision any president ever made getting into this war in the first place. But the reason that was the dumbest decision any president's ever made is because it could either land you here or at the end of the world. Those were the only two options. The only two options here were you either force an extinction level event or you take the biggest L in modern political history. And narcissist that Donald Trump is, as compromised as we believe Donald Trump to be, it was a real open question whether he was going to take the biggest L in political history or blow the world up. I mean, he is the kind of asshole who might choose option B instead of this. But now you talk about people stuck holding the bag. I mean, Vance. I mean, Rubio. I mean, Lutnick is, you know, he probably doesn't really give much of a shit. But like Besant, I mean, these guys come from power. At least Rubio and Besant do. And they are stuck holding this bag of shit. It is unbelievable. And to see Donald Trump just expose it in real time with them on the stage. Like, you can't write this shit. You can't make it up. If you wrote this in a screenplay, people would say, nah, that's too much. No one would believe that.
Yeah, we haven't seen this Trump in a long time. We have not seen the Trump, we got a lot of killers here. This is an hour of that while his entire cabinet fumes behind him. This is the Trump that got Trump elected.
Yes, yes.
Now, I'm not saying this is going to happen. This would just be funny if we wound up in this universe. I've recommended this before, the series Death by Lightning. I knew some of that history from being a New York tour guide, but not as much as they got into there. So Chester A. Arthur was basically the enforcer for the Senator Roscoe Conkling, who ran the graft and vice for Tammany Hall in New York. And they installed basically their gorilla as vice president in order to win the nomination. When he wound up becoming the president, he actually had a change of heart. And because he knew the corruption so well, he wrote a lot of the most important anti-corruption legislation of the time. So you wonder, does Trump turn around and become Chester A. Arthur? I mean, it's not going to happen, but it would be pretty funny if Trump turns around and decides he's going to he's going to have legislation written to cut off Israel from arms sales.
Anything's possible. I mean, look, one of the things that Tucker said in his show last night, I just saw the clip. I didn't put this in anything, but he makes the point that everybody who gets close enough to Trump gets disappointed by Trump. Every ex-wives, business partners, political partners. I mean, you can hardly think of a person who has gotten close to Trump and has not regretted it in the end. And so are the Israelis about to be added to that list? It's insane to think it possible. But once again, this is just a function of the predicament he was in. This is why I kept referring to this as an impossible situation, because it was. It was. I mean, on the one hand, it seemed impossible that Trump would cross them. It seemed equally impossible to me that they would actually go through with this, because it's just so fucking insane. Like, it's just so crazy.
But so are they.
So are they. That's what I mean. It was very uncertain. It was very
This never
scary.
would have happened in the first place.
No, it never would have happened in the first place. And so, something had to give. But now we're looking at paying Iran reparations, unfreezing their assets, allowing them to have ballistic missiles. And now Trump is saying, hey, it's kind of a tough thing. It's kind of a rough deal to say that other countries get to enrich for civilian purposes, but not them. No, it's just, it's amazing. It's just W after W after W for Iran, and just one humiliation after another. Now, of course, we're going to get to some of the real juicy stuff at the G7 press conference, which is Donald Trump throwing some serious shade at our greatest ally. So Eric Mutsos says, is this all political theater, or is Trump actually distancing away from Israel?
And you'll see that when you see the agreement, but it's appropriate that we release the agreement. And we did send a copy to Israel, by the way. They've been a good partner. Again, I think they could do better with respect to Hezbollah. I'm not saying they shouldn't protect themselves. I'm saying when 2 drones are shot into the desert and drop harmlessly, you don't have to knock down buildings in Beirut. They could behave better. And frankly, they could do a better job. I love them as a partner. They were terrific.
They're great.
They could do a much better job with Hezbollah.
They could do a much better job.
I don't think they're doing well. And I feel very bad for Lebanon. Lebanon's been, it was a great culture. They had the professors, the doctors, the lawyers. It was an incredible culture, maybe the highest in the Middle East for years and years, centuries. And for the last 50, 60 years, they have been just trashed. They have been living in hell.
Yeah, so now
wow,
praising Lebanon, Lebanese culture. Trump humiliates Netanyahu at the G7 after Iran MOU defiance. Here he is saying, we're the big partner, and he is the very small partner, referring to Benjamin Netanyahu.
But it's been an amazing partnership. But he will say, we're the big partner, and he's the very small partner, and that's true. So happened, Israel would have been blown away. And in all fairness to Bibi Netanyahu, who happens to be a good man, gets a little excited sometimes. But he happens to be a very good man. We've had an amazing partnership. He's been an amazing prime minister. We have a little dispute over Lebanon. I say, you can do a little softer touch.
A little softer.
You don't have to knock down a building every time somebody walks into it that's from Hezbollah. But so he came to the country, and he begged Barack Hussein Obama, the president, not to do the JCPOA. He said it could be the end of Israel, and it would have been if I didn't come along.
Oh, sure.
And Obama didn't listen to him. Bibi actually went to Congress and pleaded with them, and he got nowhere. And they had this horrible deal that was horrible for Israel, They've been a good partner. Again. I think they could do better.
They could do better
with respect to Hezbollah. I'm not saying they shouldn't protect themselves. I'm saying when 2 drones are shot into the desert and drop harmlessly, you don't have to knock down buildings in Beirut.
Yeah, that's an overreaction. They're very paranoid people. They're very trigger-happy people. It's funny because, I have some friends of mine, some very good friends of mine who tell me that the Holocaust never happened. I don't know. Maybe they're telling the truth. Maybe they're not. Maybe it did. Maybe it didn't. Who knows? There's this organization. They used to donate to our campaign, the Christ United Front of Northern Idaho, and they used to email. They used to email our campaign staff all the time and give us these numbers about the Holocaust that they say were wrong. And so, who knows? Who knows? I'm not saying anything either way. I'm just saying, you guys got to relax. You can't be so paranoid all the time.
Yeah, and listen, I've been hearing these things about dogs. That's very sick.
Yeah, it's very sick.
That's very sick.
It's very sick that they do with the dogs.
Because people hear about that, and then they come to me. They say, "Why do we support Israel?" I don't know what to tell them.
Yeah,
I'm an animal lover.
Yeah.
That's animal abuse. That's not only Palestinian abuse, it's animal abuse.
It's a sick thing to do. They say psychopath. They say that's what serial killers do.
That's even, I used to have to deal with a lot of mafia guys to put up my buildings, and even they wouldn't do that.
Yeah.
They could behave better. And frankly, they could do a better job. I love them as a partner. They were terrific. But they could do a much better job with Hezbollah. On that, I don't.
Much better job with Hezbollah. They could do. Just in, Trump criticizes Israel for the slaughter of civilians in Lebanon. Buildings are being dropped on top of them or right alongside them.
Do it. I mean, you have people living there. Buildings are being dropped on top of them or right alongside of them. How would you like to live there? It's so unfair, especially Beirut. You know, you go into Beirut, and I looked at the scene 2 days ago, yesterday, where they hit. That was a big hit. That was unnecessary in my book. Yeah, please.
It's all one press conference. Like, it's amazing.
Cut to literally steam erupting from Netanyahu's ears.
Oh, yeah. Don't forget. He's got Lutnick behind him. He's got Mr. Epstein Files guy right behind him. He's got Marco Rubio right behind him. Oh boy. So here now, I mean, talk about a compliment. He says, I was very responsible for the gentleman in Syria that's now the president. They said, please don't put him, that's a very violent man, Al-Qaeda, right? So here he's talking about how al-Jawlani should be left to deal with Hezbollah instead of the Israelis.
But that done one way or the other, we'll do it. I think Israel can do a much better job on it. Syria would love to do it. I was very responsible for the gentleman at Syria that's now the president of Syria. He's done a tremendous job. He's put that country together in a year and a half. Sort of like our country, a year and a half. It's pretty similar size. They said, please don't put him there. He's a very violent man. Al-Qaeda.
So am I.
They said, well, I know one thing, a Boy Scout's not going to work. And he's actually done a very good job. He'd love to go in, and you know, Hezbollah is an enemy of his, and he'd go in, but he wouldn't knock down buildings every time he hears there's somebody.
No. You know, Al-Qaeda, the one thing you could say about Al-Qaeda is they don't knock down buildings. They don't knock down buildings, Al-Qaeda. Here he is literally saying the Al-Qaeda guy would take greater care for civilian life than the Israelis. That's literally what he's saying. Hey, why don't you let the Al-Qaeda guy go and handle Hezbollah? They will take better care of the civilian population than our greatest ally. The organization that supposedly knocked down the World Trade Center.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Look at Rubio.
You know, just let Al-Qaeda handle it. They'll do a better job. They'll do a much more humane job.
All right, I shared this out to my Facebook. This from the Babylon BB. Did that go up?
No, I have to take the video down before. Okay, go ahead. Try it now.
Yeah. Dear Zionism, you are overplaying your hand. You should back off before you lose all your credibility and influence like me. Sincerely, BLM. Yeah, that's what's happening. That's what's happening. I mean, that's what this is. That's part of what this is, I think. Like they are pushing it too far. When you've got, as I know you'll get into in another segment, you've got these people that's absolutely repulsive, disgusting pigs like Levin and Shapiro and Batya representing the cause of continuing a war that nobody wants. What do people, how long do you think people are going to keep supporting Israel? When they see it seems like people who support Israel, everything they want is bad for America.
Of course.
Everything they want is something I don't want. How long do you think you can sustain that?
Well, of course. And now you're hearing it straight from the horse's mouth. I mean, Donald Trump he's the commander-in-chief. He was the one promising total victory, unconditional surrender from Iran. Their civilization will be destroyed unless they behave exactly the way we tell them. And now here he is coming up here for an hour straight telling you we had no cards to play. And by the way, it seems kind of unreasonable that Iran shouldn't be allowed to have some sort of missile defense system. It also seems unreasonable they shouldn't be allowed to enrich for civilian purposes. And, Israel is not to be trusted with any kind of military operation. They are literally less trustworthy than Al-Qaeda. That's the point he's making right now.
Go and get them with precision. But I don't know that people want that. Maybe they don't.
You know,
Maybe-
speaking of Al Qaeda, this guy over my right shoulder, he didn't show up to work on September 11th. It was weird. He says he had to take his kid to school.
It's very strange
thing. Howard, do you want to come up and say a few words about that right now? Because
yeah,
we're sending the Al Qaeda. Yeah.
What a coincidence. It's a very strange coincidence.
Maybe you'd like to explain yourself?
Lebanon doesn't. We have to be guided a little bit by Lebanon. And by the way, the president is going to be coming, Prime Minister, President, going to be coming over to see us very shortly, over the next week or two. Good man. He's, man is living. What a tough life he's got, because he's got tough groups of people. And it's amazing. Amazing there is a Lebanon with all they've been through. They have been treated worse than just about, I think, anybody. Disrespected.
Wow.
He's I feel for him, What's the old saying? Al Qaeda to the left of me, Jews to the right. It's a tough life he's got there. That is a pickle. That is a real tough. That is a tough situation he's got to deal with. I tell you, I don't envy that guy one bit. So here, Steve Ducey sets Donald Trump up because don't forget, conservative media is all in on this war too. I mean, Fox News is very pro-war, and
it's all a Zionist op, man.
That's right.
The whole conservative space, I would say 80 to 90% of it is funded by Israel at this point.
That's right.
The press conference seems to have.
Oh, what happened here? Did I forget to put that one in? I think I forgot to put that one in. Did I? Yeah, I did. Hang on. I'll have to find that one.
You want me to do chats?
Yeah, take a couple of chats. I'll get that one. I almost did this slideshow exactly right, but not.
Hey, man. I feel you, brother. I feel you. I know how that is. All right.
I'll find it. Let me just see this here first. Okay. Cool. I can grab it right now. Go ahead.
All right.
You can read some chats. Yep.
Jody 916. I don't care if we lost the war. Donald J. Trump is spitting facts in pressers. Iranians earned this win, and now let's move on to defunding Israel. From your mouth to God's ears, my dear. IDF kills children. That's a nice handle. Shalom. Shalom. Nang, nang, nang. Huckabee. No USA without Israel. See, shalom means hello, goodbye, and peace. That's how shifty that language is. They want plausible deniability. What do you mean? I didn't say hello to her. I didn't say hello. I said goodbye. I said peace. I didn't say hello. What do you mean? You're crazy. Get dinner on the table. Huckabee. No USA without Israel. Marjorie Taylor Greene. No USA without God. It was really Napoleon for a number of reasons.
All right, I got it. I'm ready.
All right.
All right, here's Steve Ducey setting up Donald Trump with a zinger.
A wise man once said in January of 2020, Iran never won a war, but never lost a negotiation. That wise man.
Who said that?
Donald Trump.
Oh, that's what I thought you were going to say.
How do you go back to the United States and convince a skeptical American public that this deal is a
look,
win?
Here they lost militarily, okay? It's very tough because I know that no matter what, if I would go, by the way, if I'd go another 3 or 4 weeks, those same people that are critical would say, he went too long, he should have done, no matter what. If they raised the white flag of surrender, and if they said, praise be to Allah, Donald Trump is the greatest president ever. We totally concede, we totally give up. This war is over, we have failed. The New York Times and CNN and a couple of others, they're not all that dishonest, they'd say, Iran had a great victory, okay?
Lutnick. Look at Lutnick. Huh? Good one, Mr. President. Well, Donald Trump got his revenge on Steve Ducey for setting him up like that on the tarmac on the way out of the conference. Let's take a look.
The press conference seems to have gone well. You shot your load pretty much, Steve, right? Pretty much. But going well. Seems like the agreement's very well undertow.
You shot your load, didn't you, you bastard?
Not as much came out as Bubba. Boy,
Yeah.
that guy becomes like a racehorse.
Exactly. So yeah, there you have it. Just, criticizing Israel for their, lack of concern for civilian life in the harshest terms ever. Couldn't find that in him to talk about Gaza in that way. But obviously, here he is now that he is making some kind of break from them, able to say at least that much. And yeah, I mean, we saw the reaction from the Israelis when they found out that he basically went behind their back and wrote this deal up without including them. And yeah, just imagine the reaction there. But, just when you look at the entire press conference, just on every single point, it was just an amazing thing to watch.
He made the argument that every single person who was against this has been making since, what was it, February 28th? They started the bombing.
Yeah.
From day one, every single thing that he said, the way you compromise the credibility of the dollar with the sanctions, the fact that it'll destroy the global economy, it's not sustainable. We run out of oil. What are you going to do? All of this, everybody said. Is he angry now? I would say this is probably part of why he did this. According to the account of the Oval Office meeting or Situation Room meeting where Netanyahu was at the head of the table, where he pitched this and Trump fell for it. This is right after they kidnap Maduro.
Right.
He's full of beans. He's told it'll be over in a couple of weeks. Where have we heard that before?
Right.
We'll be greeted as liberators, right? The people are going to rise up and overthrow the regime, all that. And looks like he fell for it. He's going to be celebrated as the person who finally solved Iran, at least in terms of the way neocons see solving it, and Israelis. And now he's fucked, and he's always going to be remembered for this.
Yep.
So yeah. So what was going on in that press conference? I think that's what he actually thinks.
Sure.
But normally he wouldn't say it. He's a guy who, he's a salesman. He's a kind of schmoozy, schmarmy, sleazy New York real estate guy. He's comfortable going up and saying, "Oh yeah, you've never seen anything like it." People say that's his shtick. This is him just dropping that and telling you what he thinks. And whenever he does that, it's always a little surprising that he actually seems to understand these issues better than he pretends to. Like when he started getting into the reserve currency stuff, we assume he's too stupid to know that. But hey, man, I mean, he's been dealing with finance and real estate his whole life. How would he not understand that?
Right.
Really?
Right.
He just pretends not to most of the time.
Exactly. And it has been a while since we've seen this version of Trump. I mean, it's been forever. And to see it just all happen at once like that was pretty amazing. All right, we got one more piece of this press conference here. This sort of began as somewhat of an offhand kind of joke, if you will, because don't forget, the main negotiator of this peace deal was, of course, J.D. Vance. Ha, ha, ha. Donald Trump jokes that if the MOU signing with Iran doesn't work out, he's going to blame J.D. Vance.
Thank you, President Trump. I have a question about this weekend. Why not stick around for the signing ceremony with this Iran peace deal?
I might.
You might?
Yeah, I might. But I'd rather, this is a memorandum of understanding. It's very important, but it might not be the kind of a document that I should be signing.
Is there some element to this where you send the vice president, if it works out, great, you look like a genius for sending him. And if it doesn't work out, it's the vice president.
I like that idea, sure. What? This way, if it works out, I'm going to take the credit. If it doesn't work out, I'm blaming JD. You better be careful, JD.
Look at Marco Rubio, just not Lutnick. Lutnick is in character still. Lutnick is a pro. Lutnick, see that's the difference between a New Yorker and an amateur. Quite frankly, Lutnick is a pro. I'm on stage. I'm in character. We don't break the fourth wall, no matter what. He makes a joke, we laugh. Rubio is just like so unamused. He's like, oh my God.
The difference between me and Marco is I've seen the tapes.
Yeah, right. Exactly. Yeah. Got to play the part.
He's going to turn his plane around and get the hell out of here. Yeah, I like that idea. I think it's a good idea. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you very much, everybody. Hey, thank you. Marco Rubio's like, thank God.
Yeah.
Thank God.
I mean, in all seriousness,
look at the difference there.
At the end of the day, Lutnick is a finance guy. He came in rich. He's going out rich.
Right, exactly. Right.
None of the. It doesn't matter for him.
Doesn't matter. It's a big ride.
He's working there as an agent for Israel, but at the end of the day, he cares mostly about his money.
Yeah.
Rubio is a professional politician,
right?
Watching his future go up in smoke.
Yeah, and he's still relatively young, and he's been wanting to be president for probably 25 years, and now he realizes this is just not going.
He's wanted to be president since he was slinging yayo on the streets of Miami.
That's right. Not going to happen. The face when you realize you sold your soul only to be remembered as the Secretary of State during the worst foreign policy move in living memory. That's right. Okay, so, that seemed like kind of a joke at the end, but apparently there are some people in and around Washington, D.C. who really think that they're going to pass this off on J.D. Vance. So Kelly Meyer reports congressional Republicans are already placing the blame on Vice President J.D. Vance for a terrible deal with Iran. One congressional Republican tells me conservatives on the Hill are stunned that Vance would erase all of Trump's military victories in such a terrible deal. Trump effectively won the war, and at the 11th hour, Vance is negotiating his way to a loss. What fucking pussies these people are. They don't even have it in themselves at this point to admit that Donald Trump made the catastrophic mistake that no other president did, which was he took Netanyahu's word for it that this would be a piece of cake. They got to blame it on fucking J.D. Vance. Earlier today, President Trump with a smile said, if it works out, I'm going to take the credit. If it doesn't work out, I'm blaming J.D. Trump praised the deal reached with Iran during his visit to the G7 in France and signed a copy of the MOU. Trump selected Vance to lead the Iran talks over Rubio. Vance and Rubio both have reported 2028 ambitions. Yeah, good luck. Good luck. Yeah. Vance is done. Marco Rubio looks like he'd rather be rolling cigars at Surfside Beach than run for president at this point. I mean, that is the face of a defeated man right there. Eric Erickson, big MAGA pundit. I see some people screaming about impeachment of the president over this deal. All that would do would be to put the architect of the deal into the Oval Office. Yeah, thinking this dog is going to hunt.
So Trump has no decision-making powers?
Yeah, no, this is all Vance. This is all Vance.
Yeah. But you're saying Trump didn't sign off on this deal? He didn't understand what he's signing? I mean, that's not saying much for Trump, is it?
Right, exactly. Exactly. I mean, he literally did. He literally put his name on the paper.
Literally.
He is the executive. The job of an executive is to say yes or no. And now they think they're going to pass this off on J.D. Vance. No, this is catastrophic for all parties involved. Now, the irony is that had Trump not done this, it would have been even more catastrophic down the road. Like, this is the off-ramp. Like, the political fallout of this was the best case scenario as soon as you decided to go in. As soon as you decided you were going to attack Iran, this was the best outcome you could have hoped for. And it's a disastrous outcome politically for all involved, as it, of course, should be. But the alternative was 1,000 times worse. The alternative was 1,000 times worse. And people who can't see that because they're forcing themselves not to see that. Why? Because they don't give a shit about this country or any other country on earth for that matter, except for Israel. And Israel is crazy enough not to care. Iran was willing to martyr themselves, if that's what it came to. Ironically, so was Israel. Israel was the only other party here that was insane enough to take it to the end of the world. For different reasons, obviously. But they were willing to go that far, and they still are. They still are. And so the question is still, do we have what it takes to tell them they're on their own if they try to pull something. Still a very open question. I would say that's more likely now than it was 2 days ago. That's for sure, as indicated by Donald Trump's presentation in France.
Yes. This is definitely enough of a surprise that it does force you to open up the possibility that Trump says enough is enough, basically pulls a Chester A. Arthur. That would be a Chester A. Arthur if Trump, the most corrupt Zio-simp in the history of the White House, winds up being the one to break the Zionist hold over the government. But it's not the way to bet.
No, it's not the way to bet. But wouldn't that be crazy if you see Trump, in a month when Israel is attacking Lebanon? If the out-of-control animals in the Israeli government do not stop attacking our friends in Iran, there will be hell to pay. He starts threatening Israel with military action. Wouldn't that be a timeline?
I'd have to go MAGA. I'd have to start wearing the hat on the subway.
Wouldn't that be a timeline? Exactly. So, hey, may you live in interesting times. May you live in interesting times, as we said. What a day that was yesterday, as those clips were poured in. That was just truly an unforgettable political event, that press conference. I mean, that is one for the history books. All right. We'll take some more super chats and Rumble rants over here. What do we got? French Laundry said Kurt Metzger shouted out Due Dissidents on the Danny Jones pod, mentioned your names too, and said y'all do good work. Oh, thanks, Kurt.
That's nice of him.
Got to watch that. Thank you very much. Gina and Heidi. Pete Hegseth welcomes our new Iranian masters and their big Iranian dicks. Thank you very much. 3Ember, this deal is the best thing Trump has done. It really is. I mean, it really is. I mean, I not only is it the best outcome for the war, but I do think that, the world is probably better off for having gone through it, because now you are establishing, I mean, this was the Trump doctrine of the first term, basically, which is, hey, like, we might not like North Korea, but, they are a formidable presence on the world stage, for better or worse, and we'd rather not end the world over them. And so I'm going to go and shake hands with the guy. Like, if that is the result of this, if Iran is normalized in that way, then I think the world will be better off for having endured this. Doesn't mean it was the right thing to do. It obviously was not the right thing to do, and there are a lot of people who lost their lives, and like I said, the Iranians can point to their casualties and say they weren't in vain. What about the people here in the United States? There were only 13 casualties, but imagine your kid was, what was the one kid who died? I mean, the one military guy here. What was he, in his early 20s? Imagine being that kid's mother, and having his picture on the wall after with this as the outcome. Like, what an unbelievable waste. So it was a horrible, horrible thing. But if this leads to like normalized relations in a more multipolar world, I think you can argue the world comes out of this safer than when they came in this very ass backwards kind of way. Ben Shapiro's eyebrows must be part of the deal. Surrender them to Iran. Thank you, Eric Rousseau. EO Shush, Vance and the tech bros stopped this war. The Gulf nations are propping up the AI bubble. Vance went to Trump and told him, I am your get out of jail free card if they release the tapes. That's your theory, EO Shush? Brad Roy found my Etch-a-Sketch, drawing up actual borders for Israel right now. Thank you. Vienticus, you can see how much scientific progress has come from the part of the world that the words have come from through the region. Algebra, alkaline, alcohol, etc. Interesting. I never thought about that. AI inflation is here, says Alexander Wilson. It's causing memory shortage where devices and software are going up in prices to compensate. This needs to be a big story. Is that true? It's an interesting point. Interesting observation. I haven't thought of that. Judy Denmark says, okay, boys, you would never conflate all Jews with Zionists. Do not conflate all people born in 1954 with boomers. Well, you're a European, so that doesn't even apply to you. We're talking about American boomers.
And we always make the distinction. If you're watching the show, you probably know what we're talking about.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
like, are we going to say the generations don't share characteristics as a result of the historical and cultural lens that was formative for them?
You're
I
a
mean,
Dane.
as Xers definitely have certain traits in common. Are there exceptions? Of course, but is there like
Yeah.
an Xer personality style? Yeah.
Right. Yeah. There was just a poll that came out that said 89% of American boomers want increased taxes on young people to pay for their benefits, you know? Now, you're a European boomer, so you're not even who we're talking about. Cutting out or I'm going to find you and smack you. Yes, I still love you. Well, thank you, Judy Denmark. Peter Mana, Gator Pete says, Keaton, today is Thursday, I believe. Yeah, it is Thursday. What did I say? Tuesday at the beginning of the show? I forget what I said. I may have said Tuesday. If I did, I stand corrected. Thank you, Gator Pete. Eric Husso, the Iran monarchists are protesting Iran at World Cup in L.A. with their monarchist Iran flags. We make Iran team to go back to Tijuana after each match. That's true. We should lift the sanctions on the team. We should let them stay there. He should say, I'm going to put the Iranian team up in Trump Tower, actually. I'm going to give you clear out the penthouse, you know? Vienticus, so much happens in a day that Keaton still thinks it's Tuesday. Oh, did I say it was Tuesday? All right. I guess I did. I got 2 people on that. Empire we are. I'm a boomer. I completely stopped consuming mainstream media more than 20 years ago after the Iraq 2.0 invasion fiasco. Americans usually believed Iraq was a threat, actually believed Iraq was a threat. It wasn't just my generation. No, it wasn't just your generation. No, it was 70% of Americans supported the war at the time. Blue Noble, we really, as Americans, ought to be blowing kisses at the Iranians for finally allowing us an opportunity to reevaluate our foreign ties for all it cost. Yeah, no, I mean, like I said, I think ultimately if things, work out the way they are likely to at this point, I think you can argue that the world is a more stable place at this point. If Iran is normalized in the way that they're saying, that really upends foreign policy in a way that really does wind down the empire. That's why Tucker said it. Our friend Anish Shivani wrote a column making essentially the same point, that really it is a formal winding down of the empire to acknowledge the legitimacy of Iran in that way.
I hope so, because I would love to visit Iran. I would love to go to the ruins of Persepolis and see their museums. We'll see what things look like in a year.
Yeah, we'll see how things look like in a year. Who knows? If it goes to hell, maybe you can go explore the ruins of Fort Myers instead. Cheaper flight. Kenman says we should not forget
road trip.
Yeah. Here the Whataburger once stood. Yes. We should not forget that aside from libs, Bernie-type progressives are also manufacturing consent for the Iran war by talking about intervention due to regime killing people silent after war starts. Well, yeah, that was a giant op that some people are still leaning into. Gabriel P., thanks for the super sticker. Appreciate that. Is it me or are the libs also angry like the Zionists? Yeah, like the Lincoln Project people. I mean, those are major like war hawks. Those are not even libs. Those are like neocons. But then, yeah, I mean.
Well, but look, MSNBC, Nick shared out that clip.
Well, yeah, I mean.
This is a betrayal of the Lebanese people.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's what their media feeds them. I think at the rank and file, the libs just view every single issue as being about Donald Trump and only Donald Trump. So I think
but they're also owned by Israel,
in on this,
like both sides are.
Yeah.
They just take a different angle on it. They'll lean more into women's rights and to justify it, that kind of thing. LGBTQ, they'll do that more.
Okay, what do we got here? So much happens in a day. Sorry. Zen1, smash that like button harder than Miriam Adelson smashed Donald's rectum. Thank you for that, Empire. We appreciate that very much. Nocturnal Human says, what if New York replaced the horses with AI horse robots? Yeah, that could be good.
No, you know what they've talked about forever in order to keep the drivers employed? Like antique cars.
Interesting.
Like mocked up antique cars. I guess these exist. I guess there are some cities where they have them.
Right. All right, we'll move right on along. Let me just get in a word from Rumble Wallet over here. So, quick question, everyone. How much control do you actually have over your money right now. Technology has changed everything, and now it's changing how money works. This isn't hype. This is just where things are going, and getting started in the new economy today is easier than you think. With Rumble Wallet now, you can buy Bitcoin, hold dollar-backed stable coins, or even own digital gold backed by real gold, all in one place on the Rumble platform. It's a non-custodial wallet, which means you, not a bank or a platform, control access to your funds. Setup is simple. It connects with MoonPay, so you can use your debit card, your credit card, or your bank account and be up and running in just minutes. And for a limited time, you can start your wallet with $10 in US stablecoin by downloading the Rumble wallet and entering our exclusive promo here for Due Dissidents. It's DUE10, DUE10, when you sign up now. And when you do, you can even use that Rumble wallet to support your favorite Rumble creators like us directly. And when you do that, the platform takes zero fees. So it's actually a great way to support your favorite creators here on Rumble and support a free speech internet infrastructure. So you can get started right now by scanning the QR code on the screen, clicking the link in the description, or going to wallet.rumble.com/DD. So that's wallet.rumble.com/DD and download the Rumble wallet. From there, you can set your wallet up, enter that promo code DUE10, DUE10, to get that $10 in US stablecoin. This is a limited time offer, so act now. Take control of your money. Get started with Rumble Wallet today. You can scan the QR code there or go to wallet.rumble.com. Okay, let's move right on along. All right, I've been yapping a long time.
All right, hang on. I'm gonna share this. This was shared to us by one of our viewers on X. This is JD Vance slamming Israel apparently for trashing the deal.
Oh yeah, he's doing a whole thing now. He's doing a whole press conference. Hold on, I'll share it right now.
Has not gone down this path.
Here, go ahead, rewind
some of these
it.
cabinet members in Israel who are, to his credit, has not gone down this path. But to some of these cabinet members in Israel who are attacking the president of the United States, the other thing that I would say is that over the last 3 months,
thing I would say is watch your Jew ass.
Defensive weapons that have protected your homeland have been built by American hands and paid for by American tax dollars.
Let's go.
The problem for Israel is not Donald J. Trump. And anybody in Israel who thinks their biggest problem is the president of the United States needs to wake up and smell the reality of the situation that country is in. Thank you all.
That is what you call overplaying your hand.
Mm-hmm.
When you're getting these kinds of words from the biggest Zionist simps ever to occupy the White House, and that's saying something, you have overplayed your motherfucking hand. I hope they follow through on it. And hey, it's not the way to bet. I'd be the first one to say by next week, they could get the calls, be shown some pictures, shown some tapes, be told we know where your niece lives, and it'll be a different story. Right?
Listen,
but
you fucks.
For now,
I was supposed to be president. Now I'm going to have to go back to chugging Mountain Dew, fucking couch cushions, and doing crystal meth now because of you. You
know
fucked
how
my life up.
You know how
You ruined
bad
me.
you cut up your dick when people leave those coins in the couch cushions?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
no, well, look, I mean, this is just delicious.
That is when you know you Jewed too close to the sun.
You Jewed too close to the sun. That's good. I like that. That might be the title of the episode. I was gonna say Hot Persian Summer, but Jewed too close to the sun is probably pretty good. Because yeah, man, no, well, because look what they've done. Look, I'm a broken record, but it just has to be said. The reason why no other president could be persuaded to do this is because every other president was able to see 3 steps down the road, and they knew it could either end in apocalypse or abject humiliation, career-ending humiliation. And now it's dawning on this administration that they're fucking through, man. Like their careers are over.
Yeah.
JD Vance, I mean,
Yeah.
Trump is who he is, but Vance is a young guy. Rubio is a young guy. These people have ambitions. They realize how fucked they are because of this. And they're pissed off. And it's coming through now. It's coming through now because it was getting to that point where something had to give. They couldn't stall any longer. It was getting to that point where now you got to rip the Band-Aid off and take the L, and that is one hell of an L to take, and they're not taking it too happily.
From hero to zero.
From hero to zero. That's right.
Peter Thiel's going to get himself a new butt boy.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Speaking of which, so we have long had mysterious, kind of creepy gatherings of the ultra rich and powerful, very famously Bohemian Grove. There's both Ronald Reagan and Richard Nixon at Bohemian Grove. Nixon gave a speech to them praising Herbert Hoover at one point, and he was a member of Bohemian Grove. But based on the leaked Nixon tapes, he didn't like it much. The Bohemian Grove, which I attend from time to time, it is the most faggy goddamn thing you could ever imagine. With that San Francisco crowd, I can't shake hands with anybody from San Francisco. So he was not a fan, but he felt a need to bend the knee. You got the Trilateral Commission there. That was founded by David Rockefeller. Still have their meetings, their closed-door meetings. And, of course, the Bilderberg Group, which also has off-the-record meetings where the world's elites all gather under Chatham House rules, nothing for attribution. You're not supposed to talk about it. First rule of Bilderberg is you don't talk about Bilderberg. It was almost inevitable, though. When you look at all this, when you look at Bohemian Grove, it's very rooted in the old days where only WASPs were admitted to prep schools and the Ivy League, and Bohemian Grove was very much old men trying to act like the frat boys they once were at Yale and Harvard. And that's probably part of why Nixon didn't like it. There was, I think it was Spy magazine, where somebody snuck in. And the way he described it was, it was guys in their 70s joking about their erections. Like it was, and that's probably part of why Nixon felt it was so faggy.
That's pretty faggy.
That's pretty faggy. Very old. Oh, an erection is a terrible thing to waste. A lot of stuff like that. It's a fascinating article. If you look it up, it's pretty widely on the internet. But yeah, it's very old WASP, old money kind of vibe to Bohemian Grove. And it's interesting. Trilateral Commission, established in the 50s by an oil heir. It kind of feels that way. Like it feels like something from that era. Bilderberg, you can almost smell the macaroni salad looking at this picture, right? It's very, very, very old power elite. It was almost inevitable that the new self-identified hip Silicon Valley oligarchs and overlords wouldn't really vibe with this, would create their own thing, their own IDW kind of thing. Enter Peter Thiel and Dialogue. They've been doing these dialogue gatherings for 20 years, keeping the membership completely secret until now. From Wired. A trove of internal records from a secret society for powerful figures in U.S. politics, finance, and tech was left exposed online, Wired has confirmed, naming participants in its events and revealing sensitive personal details they were assured would stay private. The group, called Dialogue, is a private invitation-only organization co-founded in 2006 by the billionaire tech investor Peter Thiel. It convenes U.S. officials, foreign government figures, and Silicon Valley executives at off-the-record annual retreats. Dialogue has spent 2 decades declining to disclose its members. A directory in the website's code was first revealed by the Swiss hacktivist Maya Arsen Cremu, known for exposing the U.S. government's no-fly list and breaching the surveillance camera company Verkada. Cremu tells Wired the directory surfaced via an anonymous tip. Wired independently verified its contents. A source separately provided Wired with the registration list for Dialogue's 2026 retreat, which names 222 people and records what the list describes as each registrant's membership status and attendee type, including active member and guest. The retreat is scheduled for August 12th to 16th at a venue near Dublin, Ireland. The same data lays out a program of off-the-record sessions, including Money Does, ? Buy Happiness, Bring Back Nuclear, hosted by Michael Schellenberger, Navigating World War III. Schellenberger can't afford to be in this company. Navigating World War III, Battlefield Technologies, and How's Your Sex Life? Other talks include Build a Cult, moderated by the founder of the Christian network site Pray.com. That's comforting.
That's good.
I mean, it can't. I mean, this is like Babylon. There's like The Onion.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And Build a Party, run by a former White House national security official. Together, alongside the mundane fare of a typical thought leadership conference, the documents show an extraordinary convergence of power. The registration records list General Alexis Grinkowicz, NATO Supreme Allied Commander Europe, and the head of U.S. European Command, who took the post in July 2025 and is recorded on the leaked list as having attended dialogue gatherings since 2021. Executives appear side by side with senior U.S. officials overseeing their industries. Oren Hoffman, Dialogue's chairman, founded the location data broker. He's also the co-founder of the conference, along with Peter Thiel. Founded the location data broker SafeGraph and the identity resolution firm LiveRamp, two of the most important suppliers in the consumer data economy. He appears in the directory alongside Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, whose department writes the rules on financial data, and Senator Ted Cruz, chairman of the Commerce, Science, and Transportation Committee, which oversees the Federal Trade Commission and its data privacy authority. Palantir co-founder Joe Lonsdale is the guy who said we should bring back hanging, whose software runs case management for U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement and data fusion for the Pentagon and intelligence community, is listed in the same society as Army Secretary Dan Driscoll and Representative Jim Himes, the ranking member of the House Intelligence Committee, which oversees agencies Palantir contracts with. What did the man say? It's a big club, and you ain't in it. You are not in the big club. The registration records appear to show not only who belongs to Dialogue, but who attends. Of the 222 people signed up for the 2026 retreat, according to the leaked records, 87 are marked as first-time attendees. Others list history stretching back more than a decade, and a handful to the society's founding 20 years ago. None of the registrants, Grinkowicz included, used a government email address, all registered with personal or corporate accounts, placing their attendance outside the email systems subject to public records laws. What ties the roster together more than any title or office is a shared preoccupation with artificial intelligence, longevity, and the near future. Asked on a sign-up form to predict the future, registrants returned again and again to the same theme, that AI will reorder work, war, education, and belief within a few years. Several foresee mass labor displacement and a swing back toward unions and government programs. Others predict an AI winter, domestic terrorism targeting data centers, criminal defendants choosing AI lawyers over public defenders, or religious revival provoked by the disruption. Quote, societal degeneration, predicted one person, will continue to accelerate. So before Matt Taibbi became the broken shell of a man he is today, we interviewed him and we talked to him about his whole falling out with Elon. And he mentioned how creepy these Silicon Valley people were and how it felt almost like they were creating a quasi techno religion. That's a lot of what you see with these very consistent fixations. They're very fixated on cyborg neuro implants, the end of civilization, mass destruction leading to a kind of techno utopian future that presumably they will be the survivors of. Immortality. It's very cultish. It's very Scientology, frankly. Dialogue also plays matchmaker. Its participant form asks registrants whether they are looking for love and offers to include single man, single woman, or other respondents in future matchmaking. Other, that's very woke. Very woke. They include other there.
Mm.
A separate site, dating.dialogue.org, hosts an app pitched as, quote, meaningful connections for exceptional people, unquote, if they don't say so themselves. The form also gathers sensitive answers, including each registrant's political leaning, which Dialogue promises will not be shared in the app or with other participants ever. That data and the matchmaking responses were exposed in the leak. It's almost like you can't trust these tech companies when they promise something.
Right.
So it's almost like they might be unreliable. Little sub note to file under the "it's a big club and you ain't in it." See, all this left, right, liberal, conservative, it's all wrestling. It's all bullshit. In the end, class solidarity trumps every other type of solidarity or every other type of conflict. You do not have common interests with rich people in Hollywood. In the end, they will suck up to the Antichrist guy. In the end, they don't care. In the end, all of these financial firms that have run around shouting about equity and inclusion for the last several years thought nothing of pouring money into SpaceX, a company owned by a man who spends most of his time, it seems, trying to start a race war.
Right.
Not a problem for them to invest in that guy. I mean, literally, his grandfather left Canada because he thought apartheid South Africa was a good idea.
Yeah.
His pedigree is about as good as it gets for Nazis. So Hollywood names surface in Peter Thiel-backed invite-only society. Some familiar names in Hollywood tied to Dialogue who surfaced in the leaked materials. Josh Brolin, No Country for Old Men. Joseph Gordon-Levitt. Sophia Bush, One Tree Hill. Scooter Braun, CEO, Hybe America. Isaac Lee, Chairman and CEO, Hybe America. Scott Belsky, Partner, A24. Benj Pasek, Composer, Producer, La La Land. Eva Price, CEO, Maximum Entertainment Productions. Teresa Xiao, she was actually the co-creator of Nora from Queens, but here doesn't list that for some reason. Writer, producer, Family Guy, American Dad. Zach Shields, executive producer, writer, Godzilla, King of the Monsters, Gladys. Nick Thompson, CEO, The Atlantic. No surprise there. Ezra Klein.
Oh, Ezra Klein.
Ezra Klein of the New York Times.
You should have deliberately mispronounced at least one of those names. Would have driven engagement to the comment section.
Well, I probably did unintentionally. We'll find out. We'll
sure
find
Helen
out in the
Moran,
comment section.
I'm sure there's some Helen Moran connection there that we can
probably
shoehorn into this.
You see, the algorithm incentivizes you to pronounce wrong.
Right.
You know, it really, because it boosts engagement.
Of course.
So Joseph Gordon-Levitt, working with the Center for Countering Digital Hate. Remember this? We covered this. He went to Capitol Hill to lobby for repealing Section 230, claiming social media drives extremism and conspiracy theories. It seemed very weird that Joseph Gordon-Levitt was going to Capitol Hill to try to repeal Section 230. But now, with him being a very strange inclusion in this list, you have to wonder, was he put up to this and to what end? It's a very arcane issue for an actor to decide to be a mouthpiece for. Very weird. We got to talk to Taylor Lorenz. Boosted our video about that. We got to talk to her about this. The retreat puts them in the same room as powerful figures across government, tech, and finance whose work often intersects with entertainment and media. They include Elon Musk, Jared Kushner, Senator Ted Cruz, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, YouTube CEO Neil Mohan. YouTube, we're just reporting. Okay, don't kick us off like you just did to Palestine News Network. Xbox president Sarah Bond. Give those guys a follow, by the way, on their other platforms. OpenAI president Greg Brockman. Anthropic Global Affairs Chief Michael Solito, Fortress Investment Group Principal Pete Brigger, TLG Communications founder Molly Levinson, among nearly 200 other figures. A spokesperson for Brolin tells THR the actor would like to know what the fuck he got himself into. Others didn't immediately respond to requests for comment. Yeah, I believe Josh Brolin didn't really understand what this was. Apparently, the article talks about how the rankings leaked also, like the auditors basically give a ranking to each person trying to join, and he got a C. They were not very impressed with Josh Brolin, but they let him in anyway. Dialogue membership isn't limited to conservatives. Many prominent Democrats or figures associated with left-leaning politics are connected to the group, including Senator Cory Booker, Maryland Governor Wes Moore, Colorado Governor Jared Polis, and LinkedIn co-founder Reid Hoffman. Attendees are asked their political leaning, with the choices being far left, left, right, and far right. I guess this is all coming out now. All right. So in addition to the 222, there's another list. This is from the hacktivist who released it, Maya Arsen Crimu. Here are all 113 alleged members we were able to successfully extract. This data can also be verified via versions of the site captured by the Wayback Machine, even if it doesn't properly render the website. All right, so we named a lot of the names, but I went through the list myself and caught a few that were not mentioned in these two articles. Gary Kasparov. Isn't it interesting that all of these people who supposedly are speaking out for democracy and against authoritarianism wind up being caught up in these kinds of very authoritarian groups? Isn't that strange? John Levin, president, Stanford University. Hang on. I thought academia was woke. I thought all these university presidents were woke. What's he doing there with Elon and Jared Kushner? It's almost like none of that shit matters in the end. And class traitors of a feather flock together, or enemies of the people flock together. Vas Narasimhan, CEO of Novartis. Yeah, those vaccines are going to keep coming, folks. They're going to keep coming. So I want you to remember, if you happen to be like an Elon simp who wandered in here, and you think Elon is this big crusader for your causes, Well, there he is, hobnobbing with the CEO of Novartis. You think Elon wouldn't start a vaccine company if he thought it would make him a nickel? Grover Norquist, president, Americans for Tax Reform. See, when he says Americans, he means rich people. That's who he means. He's not trying to reform taxes for you. Steven Pinker. Steven Pinker, surprisingly, I think he was the only douchebag dialogues attendee who shows up. Although a lot of douchebag dialogues adjacent people like Sam show up on this list. They love Steven Pinker because he blows smoke up their asses and tells them, no, this techno utopia you think you're building, no, you are. Don't pay any attention to the naysayers. Robert Rubin, former Secretary, U.S. Treasury, former co-chairman, Goldman Sachs, of course. Eric Schmidt, who we'll see later in our The Kids Are All Right segment, getting booed at the University of Arizona. Founder Schmidt Futures, former CEO, Google and Alphabet. Brett Stevens, opinion columnist, associated editor, New York Times. Lawrence Summers, former president of Harvard University. See, all of these anti-Trump warriors, they're fine hanging out with Elon and Peter Thiel and Jared Kushner and Scott Bessent. It's a big club, folks. You ain't in it.
Jeffrey Epstein.
Well, he's going to come up, actually. Jumping the gun there. Julian Castro, another one. Dan Driscoll actually did come up. Jonathan Haidt, kind of in that douchebag dialogues lane, talking about how, the kids are pussies now and we've got to build up their resilience, which frankly, I don't entirely disagree with that the society has been poisonous for kids. But like all the people who would be acceptable to this crowd, he focuses on the kinds of things that they would find an acceptable critique of society and ignores the one that would interfere with their bottom line, like complete lack of fucking opportunity, maybe demoralizing them and not demotivating them for, going out and doing what you think they should be doing to build up their immune system, their psychological immune system. Sam Harris, no surprise there with that douchebag. Jim Himes, I think he actually was mentioned previously. Shilvan Zillis, director Neuralink. Well, that's not terrifying, him being part of this group that's kind of obsessed with planting chips in people's brains to make them smarter. So some other people who were not mentioned in the article, named in the leaked registration list, absent from public directory. Randy Kroesner, former Federal Reserve governor, now on the Bank of England's Financial Policy Committee. Hallie Hoffman, former general counsel, acting chief of staff of the DEA. Jonathan Greenblatt, CEO of the Anti-Defamation League. Peter Goetler, president of the Cato Institute. Ryan Stowers, executive director of the Charles Koch Foundation. So you have a lot of people here who, in the WWE nature of corporate media coverage of the news and the personalities of the day, these people are supposed to be on different sides of a spectrum. It's the West Wing, man. They have minor disagreements about cultural matters. In the end, what they all agree on is they want to be hanging out at the palace at Versailles, and you're the fucking peasants. And your job is to follow their lead. And they get together at places like this to hash out what their lead is going to look like. In the end, they stick together against you. And speaking of Mr. Epstein, yeah, he was invited back in 2014. This was someone in Epstein's circle here forwarded the invitation and asked him if this was worthwhile. So now Dave Troy, this is kind of interesting, kind of funny. According to attendees and the Epstein files, Peter Thiel didn't even attend dialogue events. I don't know if that's changed since then. They were an entry point for normies into a worldview and other more radical events and networks. Here's what people are missing. And this is Ian Osborne asked Jeffrey Epstein if it was worth attending. He says, same shit. Peter doesn't even attend. I will tell him that he should stop them using his name. So Epstein didn't think much of it, apparently. But here's something else from Dave Troy. One of the main things people are getting wrong about the dialogue group, and there are several misconceptions, is that it was Thiel's only or most important convening. Hereticon is where things get much stranger. It's a tiered network. So okay, let's take a look at some of the events here. All right, so they're very into tattooing. There are a lot of tattoo demos here. UFO summoning on several.
I guess that means I can join.
Well, apparently he was on the guest list. Graham Plattner was an early. This is the new young global leaders destination. So they have conferences like You're Probably a Eugenicist. I shit you not. Cyborg brain computer interfaces and the amplification of human intelligence. That's Tuesday. Wednesday, more UFO summoning, followed by a parapsychology demo. Later that day, My Body, My Choice, biohacking, and the homemade vaccine. Wednesday, Gauntlet and open mic. Oh my God, what I would give to be a fly on the wall at an open mic for this set. But then, hey, very woke workshop, out of the closet drag tutorial. Now this was in 2022, and you stop and you say, hang on, they had a drag tutorial? No, that makes sense. Remember, all of these guys until 2024 basically were lib aligned. They were Democrat aligned. And 2022, I would argue, was peak woke. That was the year. That was really the year that it peaked. So it's not too surprising that Peter Thiel's gathering would have had drag workshops in 2022, actually. They just, at the end of the day, they go where the power is. They go where it's good for them. They saw things were going to be better for them. They were going to have their fantasy world of a completely deregulated economy more likely fulfilled by Donald Trump and the kinds of people he would appoint. So, yeah, sure, we're MAGA, sure, whatever. Drag queens, you're out.
Right.
Red paleo diet in. This one's funny. Trad, the family values guide to polyamory. Is that and this is a point I keep making. Anyone who pumps these people up are pumping up people who have nothing but fucking contempt for you. Culturally, Ivanka Trump, Gwyneth Paltrow, basically the same person.
Yeah, they're hedonists.
And you could say that about all of these Silicon Valley figures who have hooked into the anti-woke thing to get people who actually have guns and know how to shoot them from coming at them to neutralize them. They have nothing but contempt for you. They think you're disgusting pigs. They don't think what you think, and that includes Elon, Reid Hoffman. They're all the same fucking person. They might have their business disputes, but the way they look at you is the same. They think you're a peon. They think you're a peasant. They think you're a moron. They think you're a loser. And every time they signal this cultural shit to you, they're laughing at you when you're not looking.
Yeah, and they're mostly right.
And then, well, yeah, well, that's the thing of it. How to pay for sex. Now, this is interesting. There was just an article, I read most of it, about how Silicon Valley, yeah, there's a big market for girls who went to Stanford who are willing to be prostitutes. Like they command like $5,000 an hour because you have all these tech nerds who A, have no time, and B, have no social skills will pay $5,000 an hour to hang out with a girl who could talk about software and fuck them. So that's where that's coming from. New world. We can and must settle Mars. How about fixing this planet? How about that? The goal is immortality. Psychedelic tea parties. So presumably they're doing some shrooms there. It's kind of false advertising, if not. Tryst, barbecue, burlesque, and Cirque show. So, all the lib stuff, all the lib fixations of 2022. The burlesque as empowerment, right? The drag
Roadkill
shows.
barbecue with Robert F. Kennedy Jr.
Well, that's what they'd have now. America's Church, Westboro. I would love to know what that was. I would love to see that. Fire in the Sky, covert program, strange encounters, and the future of unidentified aerial phenomena. So there's definitely a UFO fixation, an ESP fixation, another drag show, radioactive, nuclear QA and DJ set. Yeah. Okay. All right. So presumably a lot of what goes on is dialogue is probably similar. But hey, man, they released some of these talks. So if you want to see some of them, go to the Founders Fund post here, and there's a whole thread. You got the how to pay for sex work. You're probably a eugenicist lecture. The Family Values Guide to Polyamory. One really funny one, as a former smoker, there's one, why nicotine is good for you. Yeah, no, it was great for me. Yeah, that's great. How many people die a year from tobacco? Erica, wow, it's like the Woodstock of shitty takes. Yeah, kind of. These are the people who rule you. These are the people who are shaping the world that you live in. Here's a disaffected lib. Really bummed to see Scott Belsky, Reid Hoffman, Senator Cory Booker, Ahmad Akund, Preet Bharara, Adam Grant, Joseph Gordon-Levitt, Governor Wes Moore, Ezra Klein, and Kim Scott on the list of leaked members of Dialogue. There's something creepy and conspiratorial about an elite group of individuals meeting under a Peter Thiel community to plan for the world. I hope I'm wrong, but at the cursory read, this is very disappointing. All right, so listen, you're very close to realizing something. Keep going. Keep going in this direction. You're on the right track, buddy. You're on the right track. You're about to figure something out that's going to lose you about half your friends group and 75% of the people who follow you on social media. With that, I say keep going. It's worth it. Erin Overbay. As someone who believes in equal rights, I'm deeply offended at the lack of women represented on this list of members of Peter Thiel's Secret Society Dialogue. Where are all the evil women? Do better, ladies. Yeah, well, that's why they have to pay for it, right?
They're not president yet.
Yeah, that's why. That's why, because they're not networking. I mean, there are some women, but yeah, that's got to be like 90% male. Because these are the kind of Silicon Valley dorks who would be forming this kind of a Bilderberg group, right? It's even more male heavy than the old power elite. People who are because this is really a tech elite. And yes, like that kind of field still attracts far more boys than it does girls. So that's going to carry over when you wind up with this new version of a Bilderberg group. It was kind of inevitable. That's why I wanted to take a look at the older versions of these elite, not exactly secret societies, but secretive societies, we shall say, because they're open about their existence. But beyond that, they don't want you to know anything about them. Yeah, the whole aesthetic and worldview of Bilderberg, or particularly Bohemian Grove. Can you really imagine these guys doing the Bohemian Grove thing? That's not their thing. This is their version of Bohemian Grove for this, postmodern hip Silicon Valley set. But it just shows you whenever lists like this leak of who's at these meetings, you just see how much the perception that there's a fundamental disagreement between different wings of the elite class is just a theater that they put on for the plebs. In reality, they all work together. They're all on the same page. They all agree about the big things. And what was the big thing they agree on? That they should stay on top. And most of their strategizing is strategizing for a world that ensures that. Everything else is incidental.
Well, you think of these as like team building retreats, just like, corporations have team building retreats, or law firms have team building retreats. There are certain organizations that, in order to build community among their ranks, they'll participate in some death-defying feat. My brother's law firm did that. They would do a retreat every year that's doing something a little dangerous. They climbed Mount Fuji. They went to the peak. My brother was scared shitless. He thought he was going to die up there. So think about, okay, that's a law firm where you have like upper middle class people go and they do that, right? Think about what like billionaires do to team build. Think about how they establish connection. Don't forget, these people can have anything they want. And while most people look at that and say, wow, how grateful must you be to be in a position where you have no material wants whatsoever and anything you want you can have. Well, I guess the human experience of that after a while is that you get bored with that. And that's why you have to do crazier and crazier shit. Why do you think they fuck underage girls? What, these people can't get women to fuck them? No, they fuck underage girls because they bond over the act of doing what they're not supposed to do.
That's Professor Zhang's theory.
It's bonding. Well, of course, it's of course that's what it is. It's bonding. That's how you team build. That's a cult, right? You behave in more and more aberrant ways, and who else behaves in more and more aberrant ways, and that strengthens your bond because now you can't turn on each other because you might have something on him, but he has something on you. Right? Why do you think these fucking Skull and Bones people do all this crazy fucking gay shit? It's because of that. Why do you think John Kerry fingered George Bush's asshole? Because George Bush fingered him back, and now they each know that they fingered each other's asshole, and so now they can't. You know what I mean? I mean that's a metaphor, obviously.
Hey, John, you still got that goldfish up there?
Yeah, exactly. Like that's obviously a metaphorical example. We don't know that that's rooted in fact, but that is the kind of thing. That is the kind of dynamic that sets in among these people. It's absolutely about team building and strengthening bonds between them. And this is why, I've said over and over again, as a tour guide, the hardest people to make laugh were the richest clients who booked the high-end private tours. It was always much easier to relate to the middle class or even the working class people because we sold a lot of local tickets through the discount site. So we got a lot of out-of-borough people. They were always easy to make laugh. They were the best. The people who were wealthier, why don't they laugh as easily? Because they don't relate to your experience as much.
Right.
And they see your experience as being beneath theirs. And so once you exaggerate that, multiplied 5-6 times up the ladder, where you're talking about billionaires who fancy themselves literal gods. I mean, yeah, class is a function of this, but where these people are coming from even transcends that. These people really do consider themselves godlike figures who are ushering in a new future for humanity.
Right. And with these Hollywood people that they invite in, this is very old custom almost. The very wealthy have always liked to validate themselves by purchasing artists, by purchasing their company through patronage of some kind. So that's why you'd have all these jerky actors and writers and screenwriters there. They feel validated by that. That's the reason they move into bohemian neighborhoods and then price all the artists out of them. They want to feel cooler than they are by surrounding themselves with creative people. They feel validated by them. So that's why you have a lot of them there. And why are these artists? Yeah, they want a network. That's what Ricky Gervais said. If you guys would work for anybody.
Right.
You don't care about Apple and sweatshops. You'll work for anybody. That's what it is. The Hollywood people, they will virtue signal at the award shows, and then they'll cozy up to Peter Thiel this way.
Exactly. And for those who were wondering what I was looking at a few times through that segment, we have a tornado watch here.
It was extremely distracting.
I know. I apologize about that, but we have a tornado watch here, and it was getting to the point where I thought I was going to have to run downstairs because the sky was getting like black.
There's a tornado watch there?
Yeah, in my area. Yeah.
Yeah?
Like the
Really?
sky was getting legit dark. Like I thought I was going to have to lamb it downstairs and just have you finish the thing because it was. Yeah, I think it's past now.
All right,
I think
fair
it's
enough.
past now. Yeah, no, I was not sure if I was going to have to stay here or run down because we have like a little basement floor here. But yeah, that was some pretty scary shit actually. But I think it passed now. So yeah, that's what that was about. I noticed some people in the chat noticed, and you probably noticed too. But you were a pro about it. I tried to minimize it, but I had to keep an eye out.
Not a pro.
I had to keep an eye out because could have been a situation where I had to grab the baby and go to the basement. All right. You want to take some super chats and some Rumble rants?
Sure. Whoops. All right. Buster Peak. They wanted another forever war, but Iran didn't play fair. Yeah, well, Trump thought he would bully them into giving in. Didn't work out that way. Vianticus Prime, Iran also has some of the oldest synagogues in history. So I'm going to jump on that Iranian Jew lawyer idea. Yeah, one of those synagogues got hit by Israel. By Israeli strikes. Sasser, Russ, a lot of people don't realize how strong horses really are. Thank goodness the carriages don't use draft horses. Yes, they do. Keep up the good fight, boys. Yeah, of course they use draft horses. What do you mean? Belgians, Percherons, and then you have a fair amount of quarter horses, which are kind of transitional. But yeah, no, they use draft horses. JB, best show on the internet. I've been a supporter since 2020. Thank you. Wow, since 2020. The hell, man? Did we even took? Did we even have?
Yeah, we had like a Patreon.
Yeah,
we had a Patreon at that point. Wow, awesome. Thank you, man.
Love you guys. Keep up the brilliant work. There's a critical thinking deficit in the U.S. You think?
That there is.
You think? Esteban Magan, $1.99. Thank you. Just showing love. Siddhartha Vicious, Rubio has that same sad look when I plow his wife. Ugly old broad says stuff. A contribution to Russ's amazing t-shirt collection. Thank you. I've got to go through and see which ones I want to do a giveaway of. Erica's, now I've got like 4 drawers with t-shirts. It's too much now. Eric Rousseau, updated You Are Here shirt for Russ that's more modern and relevant. Terminator, The Matrix, and Idiocracy. Are you saying people don't read? You're saying they don't read? It has to be film-based? Lawns are fun. No King sponsors Lincoln Project or DNC's Vanguard.
Oh, yeah. Well, those Lincoln Project people were all George Bush people, so they're all about these wars. I mean, yeah, for sure. For sure. Like Rick Wilson, he's not anti-war. He's a Bush guy,
right. Sure.
What's the other schmuck? The guy, I think he resigned over something. Steve Schmidt, the old John McCain advisor.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Eric Cousteau, Trump will get, he was the one who gave Sarah Palin. Yeah.
Yep.
Eric Cousteau, Trump will give little Marco Cuba and all will be well in neocon fantasy land. Fantasy Island Rubio as tattoo. Yeah. You know what? Now that you say it, the South Park guys kind of fucked up. Rubio really should have been tattoo.
Yeah. Yeah.
Kawaii Cowboy. Dejected Marco lamenting his career is going to set me for the whole freaking weekend. Rip the Band-Aid off and free Maduro, you sons of bitches. This is another good thing about it. After this, I think Trump will be much more hesitant to try to invade Cuba. I think if this had worked out, he would have been full steam ahead on that.
You know, the old saying goes, Jew me once, shame on you.
Krasnaye Armada. Trump is a blade without a handle. Just try and build a world while holding him. Yeah, well.
Imagine this turns Trump like super based. Imagine that. I mean,
that's what I'm saying.
What if this?
That's what I'm saying. It would be pretty funny.
Be pretty awesome.
Eric Rousseau, what's wrong with Trump? He doesn't sound right. He sounds like someone who could fall out a window or get in a pager accident. Yeah.
I hope he does. I mean,
wouldn't surprise me.
I hope he turns based over this. You know, it's a lot easier being a right wing grifter than a left wing. The left wing grifting is hard. The back in the day when we could be called right wing grifters, those were the easy days.
Easy. Yeah, man.
There's nothing to that. This is brutal.
That was when we used to shop Versace, Armani. Now we buy suits at Models.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
EO Shush. Trump basically said Al Qaeda never attacked Israel. Now they are on your border, and that would be a shame if they did start attacking. Is that what he said?
Yeah, well, you talking about Netanyahu?
Nathan Pop. This press conference just further justifies the theory that there are two Trumps. How else do you explain the blatant paradox that is his leadership? Well, it's the paradox between a guy who is not to this life born, right, sometimes saying what he actually thinks, and most of the time saying what he's told to say.
Right. And he's all bluster.
I think this is what he really thinks.
Of course, he's all bark. I mean, he's used to, I said in the segment, he's used to being able to just strong arm his way through life. And because he's such a bully, everybody always folds their hand and he never had to show his cards. Well, he ran into an opponent that made him show his cards and he had none.
Yep. Kiragina, Trump surrenders, market rebounds. It's true.
Do you wish now, in retrospect, you had not gotten out?
Do
you wish in retrospect you had not gotten out? Because you got out of the market. You said, you said publicly that you got out of the market.
Well, gold was a big part of my holding. That is down 50% from where I sold it. I mean, in terms of like the stock.
Right.
Ford bounced unrelated. That was my other biggest holding. So I kind of came out even.
Right.
Like Ford went up, gold went down.
Right.
So I pretty much would have had exactly what I have.
Right.
All right. Hawaii Cowboy, after winning the war, Iran now refers to the U.S. as only the medium-sized Satan. Sav Mod, Miriam watched the Trump presser and said, "You're safe in Europe, but wait until you get back to U.S. This will not go unanswered." See, that's the thing, man. Like, I'm not rushing to get back in. For one thing, the trends are bad for gold because the new Treasury Secretary, who, in spite of the speculation, he was just going to go in there and do what Trump would want. He just had his first press conference, and he's not cutting rates, and the indication is they're going to raise rates later in the year.
Right.
That increases bond rates, which tends to make people buy bonds instead of gold because it's a guaranteed return, and gold obviously doesn't pay anything. It's just a hedge. Lawns are fun. Adam Schiff mocking Trump for peace deal uniparty. Oh, is he? Listen, Adam Shit, there are some people that just really inspire absolute loathing beyond the norm. For me, Adam Schitt is one of those people. It's like Debbie Wasserman Schmuck. It's like one of those people that just you absolutely fucking despise on sight. He's one of those people. He's just one of the most contemptible little fucking turds in Washington. Eric Maines, news showed carriage horse rampaging around New York. Wanted to make sure Russ wasn't raging against the machine one last time before moving to China permanently. Man, I have not had my hands on the reins in many, many years, man. I have not. Shit, man. The last time I drove a horse was probably when I took my wife when we were dating, ex-wife, when we were dating on a carriage ride. I paid the driver to give me the carriage because I'm licensed. I was like, yo, man, I got a license. Let me drive. Give me the carriage. He just let me take the carriage. I just drove her around Times Square. That might have been the last time I drove. That's like 2012.
Wow.
Nazar G, easily top 3 DD episodes of all time. I can't stop laughing. Y'all are killing it. Thank you.
Well, thank you, man. Glad you're enjoying it.
Matt from Wisconsin. I still think our funniest bit was actually on the Jimmy Show. The fucking
the bugs,
the animals,
yeah, the animals, the bugs, the insects, and the lemurs, and the
that was with Kurt there.
Yeah.
Matt from Wisconsin. Apparently, Trump tried sending JDV to JD Vance to Greece to recruit an elite strike force of Spartans to invade Iran. Tell them we only need 300. Don't let any hunchbacks hear of the plan. They can't be trusted. Okay, so you know what? I'm not enough of a dick to do this. I know some may disagree, but Frank Miller, the comic book creator of 300 and, The Dark Knight and, one of the greatest comic book creators of all time, but he's kind of like Rudyard Kipling. He's this great writer with horrific reactionary politics.
Right.
So he's doing like a series of, sit down interview kind of things with an audience, one of those. I would love because why would he have written the 300? Because he totally buys into this idea of like Western superiority, the democracy and glory of the individual versus the decadent East. I would love to say, well, so how do you characterize the Spartans that way when they were basically like the saviors in The Walking Dead, living off a slave population that outnumbered them, and they had to learn to fight that well to keep them suppressed? Like, does that do anything to your theory of Western superiority, that the whole civilization it's based on was a slave state? They were like the Israelis of their time. They would you would get beaten by the other Spartans if your helots, your slaves, got too fat. You're treating them too well. But who the fuck is Frank Miller? Know what I mean? He's not like a political figure to go and to do a Rachel Maddow on him like that.
Yeah.
Cha-Cha, I feel like I would be wrong. I feel like I would be in the wrong if I did that. Cha-Cha Daddy, I would love to celebrate, but Psycho Laura Looney Lioner just threaded. Oops, I meant warned of a coming attack bigger than 9/11 by terrorists linked to USA podcasters who are critical of Israel. Yeah, a lot of people are saying this is predictive programming on her part. Brad Roy, JD just dicked Vance, got it hard. Yeah, well, they like that shit. AK up. Russ, you hear about Patterson, New Jersey. It's the most densely populated Palestinian city in the U.S. We just moved to Washington Heights and been going there for groceries and food. Little Ramallah, let's go. No, I didn't know that. Patterson. Oops. I think I think a friend of mine lives there, actually. Hang on. I think a friend of mine, or she's from there. Vienticus Prime, damn it. Now, for some reason, I kept thinking it was Tuesday. Oh, no, man. This is for us. This is Friday.
That's right.
It's TGIT for us. Goo 81. FIFA allowed Palestinian flags at World Cup at the Iran match. Zio with Israel flag lost his. I saw that video. Because FIFA security asked him to remove the flag because he was agitating the Palestinian flag bearers. Yeah, I loved that video. That was awesome. Profanosaurus Rex. JD just said, if I was in the cabinet of the Israeli government, I might not be attacking the only powerful ally that I have left.
Yeah.
Did he
that was
say
part
that?
of it too. Yeah, that was part of the same conference. Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Goo 81. I think monarchists like Zios and BLM need to shut it. I have seen videos of them harassing other Iranians at WC to say worship Pahlavi and then saying F Islam and attacking people where I think I know where you're going with that. Monarchists losing their credibility and their fake morality, especially after the unaliving of 168 children. Yeah, well, they only had credibility with very uninformed, ignorant people.
Right.
Like the libs, I would see sharing out like Pahlavi. Like, do you know the first thing about
Yeah, you don't know fucking
Pahlavi?
shit. Yeah,
They know
exactly.
nothing.
Nothing. Yep.
All right, want to go on?
Yeah, let's move on. All right, 2222 in the chat. We should have played that after every one of Trump's press conferences. Edit that in. Yeah. And 1021 in the like column. Alrighty, thanks for being here, everybody. Smash that like button, smash that subscribe button if you are not subscribed already. We got 2,200 strong in the YouTube chat, 558 over on Rumble. All right, folks, we call this segment Cope and Seethe. Cope and Seethe, because that really sums up the range of reactions to the Iran deal. So let's begin, of course, with the Cope. Jesse Waters, apparently the only guy in media shameless enough to still insist that the United States won the war and that we, quote, whipped Iran.
Go ahead. Tell us your thoughts.
Greg made such a good point yesterday, and it's maybe with age comes wisdom.
Thank you.
But he really stepped back from this and looked at the big picture. And let's remind everybody what Greg said. We whipped Iran.
Uh-huh.
Their nuke program is dead. The Ayatollah is dead. We basically did it with 12 casualties, God bless them, and no ground troops.
Uh-huh.
And now the United States is the world's leading
His son is leading the country, and they also were committed not to develop nuclear weapons. That's what the Obama deal was. Those are the two things that are wins. Those are the two things.
Exporter of energy. And we did it in 3 months. You look at that and you tell any Democrat president over the last 47 years, would you take those results? All of them would say yes.
We had those results 10 years ago.
We had those results 10 years ago with no war at all, with no with no casualties, with no spike in gas prices, with no uncertainty. We had these exact same results. Unbelievable.
That's a rough gig, man.
That is a rough gig.
You really have to have absolutely no pride in yourself as a man.
Yeah, no, none at all.
It's the same price it was now than it was before the war. I mean,
it is not at the same price it was before the war. That is not even close to the same price. It went down a few cents yesterday. Hopefully it comes back down. People are saying it's not going to come back down so quickly. Gas was less than $3 a gallon before the war. I remember it very well. Shot up to almost $5. Now it's a little under $4.50 in my neck of the woods. It is not where it was before the war.
Those are incredible results. But let's get into the details. This is from the document. Iran agreed at a minimum to destroy their enriched uranium on site as we watch.
Paper.
And if we don't,
like your mom making.
and if they don't, and if they don't do it, they don't get any sanctions relief. That's the deal.
Right.
And they can't even get to the uranium.
Right. But
So
if they
even
do it, and it seems like they don't really care either way, especially now that Donald Trump is saying at a press conference that maybe they should be allowed to enrich for civilian purposes, then they do get the sanctions relief. The sanctions relief alone makes this a giant W for them. If there were nothing else that they got out of this, that would be a giant win.
if they leave it at the status quo, which they said it remains at the status quo is that it's dead and buried. You can't enrich what you can't get.
Right. They don't want a nuclear weapon. They never did.
The Strait opens, no attacks, no tolls.
Strait was
now,
open before the war started.
At the end of 60 days, Iran and Oman can negotiate with the Saudis and the Kuwaitis over how they're going to deal with the Strait under international law.
Oh, wow.
Well, under international law, you can't toll. And you think the Saudis are agreeing to a toll system? No. That's just to let them feel good about themselves.
Yeah, no, big international legal scholar, Jesse Waters, right now. You can set up you could charge a service. You can't charge a toll. You can set up something where you charge a service. So like the Panama Canal, they don't charge a toll. There's infrastructure there. So there's a service. So
it's a docking fee.
Right, exactly. It's a docking fee. It's New York City, baby. We know how to charge people for things. We know how to work around that. Okay, I'm sure they could figure out something if they want to. Hey, maybe they don't want to. Maybe this is a good enough deal. Maybe the $300 billion in reparations. Maybe the lifting of the sanctions. Maybe the ability to export oil freely, like most other countries are able to do. Maybe they don't want to set up something if they feel like they're getting enough. Time will tell. The point is they don't need that toll money now because now they're able to sell their oil. That is a huge windfall. That's a massive windfall for them. That plus the sanctions relief, plus the unfreezing of the assets. I mean, Jesus Christ. I mean, this is win after win after win. Now, Jesse, be a good boy and go tell your viewers this poop sandwich is delicious. That's right. Some good artwork there. I love this meme. Renames it the Department of War, fights one war, loses. It's good.
I can't believe this guy lost.
Yeah, this guy lost.
Wow.
Loser. So here's some more COPE. Here's some more COPE from Josh Hawley. He says it remains to be seen whether we'll actually give them any money.
Seen whether we will actually give them any money. I thought I heard the president say earlier today, we're not going to give them a dime. I certainly don't think that we should, and I bet President Trump and the vice president, as he continues these negotiations, will hold that line.
But Senator, they are allowed to sell oil, and they have more oil than just about everyone, including Iraq. And that will be the first time in decades they're able to sell oil on the open market. They're usually using ghost fleets and rusted out tankers to deliver it to our let's say our rivals like China and China. Your thoughts about the fact that everyone agrees they're allowed to resume oil and petroleum sales?
Well, listen, Brian, understand, we don't have to get into this. My voters aren't aware of any of that because they're fucking retarded. Okay. You ever campaign up in the Ozarks? So much inbreeding up there. I'm surprised half of them aren't legally blind. They don't know anything about this. We don't have to go there. Is this Fox News or is this MSNBC? I thought I was on Fox News. Just let me say my talking points and get out of here, please, will you?
I thought your last guest, I thought the ambassador had a good point there about potentially using escrow accounts, ways to track to see, first of all, if they're living up to their other obligations under the memorandum before we release any of that sales, before we allow them to get their hands on the money, and then using accounts that will allow us to ensure that they're not spending that money on terrorist activities, on nuclear enrichment, and so forth.
Okay, we're imposing these restrictions on them in exchange for this release of funds. They were not pursuing any kind of nuclear weapon there. So like what do they have to refrain from doing now? Can they not back Hezbollah anymore? Is that the sticking point? But if there's a ceasefire with Lebanon imposed by this deal, then they wouldn't have to back Hezbollah at that point. So like what are they actually losing? Like, what are they actually giving up in exchange for all this money that they're now getting? You can't seem to articulate that. I mean, if there's a ceasefire, then that's that. And then the money is a separate thing. Jack Posobiec, more COPE. Best Iran deal that has ever been made. Nobel Peace Prize material for President Trump. Ha! I like this reply. Congrats on your second binder, Iran deal talking points. Oh, boy, that is some more cope. Chris Fenton. Yeah, he's the Ken Bone of MAGA now. He says, why doesn't anybody call balls and strikes anymore? I voted for Trump, but I can't in good conscience say this Iran deal feels even remotely close to a win. We don't always have to be cheerleaders. We should all be willing to call it like it is. That's truly American. I agree. But here's some more cope. This is great. This is Senator Roger Marshall asserting once more that now Iran has a right to defend themselves.
Okay with Iran having missiles?
You know, I'm hesitating. I'd prefer that they not. I certainly don't want them to have long-distance missiles. I don't want them to have nuclear-armed missiles. I would prefer they didn't. But I don't think that's the key issue here. I think that they have to be able to defend themselves. And I just kind of come back to the big picture here, is that the Middle East countries like this agreement.
You think Iran needs to be able to defend itself?
I do. I think that they have to be able to defend themselves. Otherwise, we turn this into a forever war. You're never going to get them short of boots on the ground of surrendering everything, an unconditional agreement, if you will. But again, what I'm getting at here,
it's a shame nobody said this on February 27th.
Yeah, no, it's a real shame. Real shame about that. Could you imagine anybody saying Saddam Hussein had a right to defend himself, Gaddafi had a right to defend himself? Like, you went from calling this regime a rogue terrorist regime that needed to be crushed and replaced to now saying not only can we integrate them into the global economy, but that they have a right to defend themselves militarily. Like, this is the fastest and sharpest heel turn you've ever seen. These people were willing to risk the end of the world 4 days ago. Literally, 4 days ago, they were willing to risk the end of the world.
Well,
now they're on television
last
saying
week,
they have a right to defend themselves.
The bombing was about to start, right?
Exactly, the bombing was about to start. Trump tacoed he was threatening Clark Island again. What was that? Yep. Tuesday show, Sunday show? I forget what it was. It was less than a week ago. I
think that was like last Friday.
Yeah, something like that. I forget exactly what the day was. Well, no, I think it was earlier.
No, it had to have been before that because we covered it, right?
I think it was last Thursday, or what was the show topic?
Wednesday or Thursday.
It was Wednesday or Thursday, right? Because we covered it, and then the first segment that we did, we ended up not clipping it because it was obsolete by the time the show was over. So did that happen? That must have happened Thursday, because that wouldn't have happened in the middle of the night Sunday night. So it must have been Thursday. It must have been a week ago. We were planning on wiping them off the map. And now here we are saying they have the right to a military defense system.
With a peace deal signed.
Just mind-boggling.
Memorandum of understanding.
Mind-boggling. Tucker said, what a ride. What a ride is right. Like, what a week.
Of most of the countries in the Middle East, and I think that's going to give it more of a long-lasting relationship, a long-lasting success as well.
A long-lasting relationship, and again, this is a country you wanted to eliminate. You wanted to do a regime change war, knock them off the map. They were an existential threat to life on Earth. They were 47 years at war with us. Just heinous evil. And now they have the right to defend themselves because we want them to be around for a while, and we want them to do very well. I mean, I've never seen anything like this in my life. But now we're going to the Seethe. Okay, so usual suspects here.
We had a meeting, and we realized, this whole time we've been reading the Middle East wrong. The Persians are a lot easier to deal with than the Jews.
Yeah, right, exactly.
We realize we've had the wrong ally the whole time.
Like, at the rate we're going to be threatening the Israelis not to attack Lebanon. Because if you attack Lebanon, we and our Iranian allies will hit you like you've never been hit before. Imagine Trump just making these bellicose threats against Israel. We will fuck you up like you have never been hit in your lifetime. You fuck with our new friends, the Ayatollahs. You fuck with me. Like, at this rate, I'm not saying it's going to go there. Obviously, I'm joking around. But at this rate, that's where it's at. And if it keeps going like this.
The Israelis are going to force this. This is why I'm saying we'll see. We'll see. Yeah. By next week, all of a sudden, you could have this mysterious 180 where calls were made. We'll see.
Right. Exactly. All right. Here's Ben Shapiro.
Well, I've said many times, the president deciding to go into Iran and to hit nuclear facilities in Operation Midnight Hammer, and then to go after Iran's ballistic missile facilities and nuclear facilities, Army, Navy, and Air Force in this current operation was the signal act of political bravery, perhaps, of my lifetime. With that said, this MOU appears to be, just from the text, a disaster that does not achieve any of the actual signal goals that were set by the administration at the beginning. There were effectively 5 goals that were set by the administration at the beginning. One was ending the nuclear program, not just nuclear weapons, no nuclear enrichment, zero enrichment. That is not in the deal. Ballistic missiles ended. That is not in the deal. And the president today suggested that ballistic missiles should actually continue to be held by the Iranians because the Saudis, our allies, also hold ballistic missiles. Then you have the support of terrorism. That is not part of the deal. Anything that looks like an attempt to end terrorism. A permanent opening of the Strait of Hormuz toll-free. Not only is that not in the deal appears to have a provision allowing Iran and Oman to attempt to toll the straits after 60 days. And then finally, the idea that Iran would receive some sort of sanctions relief after all of those things happen. We are already seeing from day one relief in their ability to ship oil out of Iran. In my opinion, the vice president of the United States, the chief negotiator on this particular project, has not well served the president.
Once again, blaming J.D. Vance. Now, notice, Fox News is bringing him on. They know the president watches Fox News. Just like they brought Lindsey Graham on in the run-up to the war to egg him on. Now they're bringing on guys like Ben Shapiro to, communicate how bad a deal it is. And even when they brought Hawley on Fox News, they had Kilmeade push back and remind him, no, this isn't a good deal. Like, they're clearly trying to get in Trump's ear to renege on this. Here's Ilan Levy, big Zionist. I think this guy is actually Israeli himself. I'm not 100% on that, but may as well be. Just listen to him. This is total capitulation, he says.
Over or bring in. Ilan Levy is a former government spokesperson for Israel.
Oh, yeah,
listening to what Dan says, gathering your own thoughts, knowing what's been reported versus what we know. What's your perspective on this agreement, such as it stands?
The perspective from Israel is exactly what Dan said. This is a capitulation to the Islamic Republic of Iran at a time that America had the upper hand, and America still has options. We're going to see Iran being pumped full of oil money up
This guy's still on script here.
A single centrifuge. That money is going to get pumped into Iran's ballistic missiles, back into its proxy armies, back into the forces of repression, and Iran will be more dangerous than ever.
Dangerous to who? Because the United States and Iran have a peace deal in place, so we don't got nothing to worry about. It seems like there's one country that was too stubborn to sign it. You may have something to worry about. That's not our problem, according to the peace deal, and apparently according to J.D. Vance now, and an increasingly smaller number of allies that you guys have left.
Well, because it's becoming so obvious, if you let the Zionists have their way, they will literally have Americans starving for lack of food and gas. They will literally take it there. They don't give a fuck. Trump's not just talking out of his ass. We covered this last week when it looked like we were going to go in. The oil executives were saying you're going to be out of oil in 4 weeks. This isn't just Trump is making stuff up. Right. What would that look like? And these maniacs are still saying, you should keep going. For who?
Keep going, yeah.
For what? For who?
Well, that's
what do we get out of that?
What do we get out of that? What does anybody get? What does Israel get out of that, for that matter? Like, you're all going to fucking die at this rate. Like, don't you understand the way this was going? Iran was just going to take out the entire Middle East. Like, are you an actual death cult? Yes, you are. Like, the answer is the Israelis are willing to martyr themselves, too. They just want to take the whole world with them. These people are insane. This is a death cult. They are psychotic. They have no actual sense of self-preservation either. Obviously.
They think the God of the Hebrews is going to intervene.
Yeah. Maybe the Peter Thiel will come and part the sea so they can go to the bunker in the middle of the ocean. All right. Well, hey, this is one of the best here. Batya. Haven't heard from Batya in a while. What does Batya have to say about this? Batya and the fifth column.
here was wrong. Do we have that clip?
President Trump's strikes on Iran have been wildly successful. I hate being wrong, and I was so freaking wrong about this. I still love him and support him, but he's kind of in a fugue state right
Your
now.
whole grift.
There's just no sugarcoating this Iran deal.
It's a memorandum of understanding. It's not a deal.
I forget who this fucking guy is.
$300 billion for
one of these free
Iran.
press
This is
people.
worse than the JCPOA.
It is absolutely worse than the JCPOA.
The greatest superpower to exist in human history has just been brought down by a country that has no economy and no navy, but by a few minds.
You could go and argue that the memorandum of understanding is only a trial run for surrender. It's not the actual surrender.
And last night on Sean Hannity, J.D. Vance was asked, does the memorandum of understanding include verification, which is like the only thing that matters. Trump thinks it's a big deal that they told him they're not going to acquire a nuclear weapon. Like they told that to Obama. They always say that. And
yeah, and they didn't do it. Yeah, they told it to Obama, and they did not build a nuclear weapon, and we bombed them anyway. See how easy it is to be very highly paid in media if you just say the right thing?
Well, that's why. I mean, she's like Riley Gaines with the Jesus picture. You know, even where they're critical, they have to say, "I support him. I love him. I
Right.
love him," because that's the line they can't cross. That's their whole grift. That's how they get paid.
Exactly.
J.D. Vance was like, well, Sean, that's like one of the things we still have to, work out.
Yeah.
Like literally verification is not in the MOU. Like, what are we doing here?
Democracies cannot fight and win voluntary wars. We can win when we're attacked because we can keep it going, but voluntary wars we can't because Donald Trump has the midterms. Donald Trump has his popularity. Donald Trump has the voters. Vladimir Putin does not have the voters. The Iranians don't have the voters. They can punish their people forever.
Right.
We cannot do that.
Yeah, I don't think it's a question of democracy. I think you're overcomplicating it there. It seems to me like no country can really win a voluntary war. Like if you're not defending your homeland, then you're not going to win. Because why is it we haven't won a war since World War II? Because these have all been voluntary wars, and we've lost every one of them. Because it's hard to win on the road, and it's hard to win a war against people who have nothing to lose once the war starts. And Iran was willing to lose it all because they had to be willing to lose it all because the fight came to them. It wasn't a voluntary war on their part. It was like whoever wages a voluntary war is playing on the road because it was voluntary. It didn't come to your shore. And so that makes you more likely to lose. It's not because of the midterms. I think he pulled out now largely because this is a midterm year and he just couldn't chance it any further. But eventually the stakes become apocalyptic. And that is not simply a function of poll numbers. That may have affected the timetable here, but eventually, it becomes existential. And whoever, for whomever it is more existential, they obviously have more incentive to hold their ground, and that's what Iran did.
There is a defender's advantage in war for the reasons that you're saying. People who are defending their home are going to fight harder than people who are invading. They're more motivated, and this is they part of the purpose of boot camp is to brainwash people into thinking that they're highly motivated when they're put into these positions, even though they have no real tangible reason to be so. With overwhelming force, obviously, you look at like World War II, the Blitzkrieg, this kind of, many examples in history. Obviously, Alexander conquered like the known world. Attackers have, won battles throughout history with overwhelming force, superior strategy. But on the other hand, what Batya is saying there about this, relatively weak country defeating us, the vulnerability of empires is always the complexity of their infrastructure and the size of their needs. Whereas you got, the small barbarian horseman defeating an empire, that's an old story, and that's the reason for it, because they can travel light, they don't need a lot, they don't have extended supply lines, and because America is this enormous country that needs an enormous amount of oil coming in. We cannot weather this.
Right. Exactly. So remember this. The greatest superpower to ever exist brought to its knees by a few minds. Just a disaster for America. Contrast that with just a short time ago, Iran played their only card and rendered it moot. Absolutely incredible strategic maneuvering by President Trump. Ouch, Blakely says LMAO. Indeed.
Good find, Blakely.
Here's Mark Levin. You can imagine how he's taking this. We're not going to play all 6 minutes of this, but Mark Levin rages over Trump's Iran deal, struggles to contain his contempt. Let's take a look.
Elon Musk's X. I want you to go on Twitter. Elon Musk's X. And I want you to see what's going on there right now. And I want you to see what goes on there anytime I post something or anytime Israel's mentioned. I want you to look. I want you to see it. You don't have to see. You might be I'm tired of discussing this stuff. That's okay, but I'm just trying to prove a point.
They have pictures of me with a small penis superimposed on top of the phone. I think it's a big joke.
And it has a consequence.
That Ava Braun-looking witch says I have a micro penis. All of a sudden, I'm a big joke. You should go take a look yourselves.
There's a picture of me drinking Bud Light with Dylan Mulvaney. That never happened.
That never happened.
Many consequences. Israel would be blown off the map. It would be destroyed if we didn't do what we just did.
You know, there are places on Earth where 5 1/4 inches is the average size.
Some places where it's above average.
Some it's above average.
Pygmies?
You ever been to the Asian continent?
You know, pygmy lives matter.
Israel was not going to sit there and get blown off any map. Just like it's not going to sit there and allow Hezbollah to kill its people. That's the Holy Land.
Well,
it's not a protectorate. And by the way, Hezbollah must never turn into a protectorate either. If that's the deal, I'm sorry, then forget it.
Forget it who? Who forget it? We made the deal is done. We made the deal. We made the deal. We have a This is what I said Trump needed to do. Who knows? Maybe they watched the show. I said this is what they needed to do. They needed to make the deal and say if Israel doesn't want to be a part of it, then that's up to them, and that's between Iran and Israel if the shit goes down. What do you mean that's not a thing? That is the thing. That is the thing. It's inked. You mean it's not a thing for Israel? So again, I asked this for the 50th time in the last 2 weeks. Why don't you just live in Israel, if this is your opinion?
Yep.
You can go.
Yep.
You can go anytime you want. They'd love to have you.
Then forget it. We're not in the business as a nation. You know, people, I'm tired of giving, money to. We're not in the business as a nation to protect a terrorist organization that slaughtered hundreds and hundreds of our fellow Americans, our Marines.
No, we're not in the business of protecting a nation that slaughtered 30, 40, 50,000 children in Gaza. That we don't want to be, as an American, I don't want my nation to be in the business of doing that. What do you mean we're not in the business? Who? Once again, who? Who? Notice he starts saying, I don't want our money going in there.
Business as a nation to protect. Then forget it. We're not in the business as a nation. You know, people, I'm tired of giving, money to. We're not.
I'm tired of giving him money to who? You notice he started that sentence and then he stopped it. Wait, people are tired of giving money to Israel, but we have to because why?
Business as a nation to protect a terrorist organization that slaughtered hundreds and hundreds of our fellow Americans, our Marines.
You mean during the Iraq War?
Execute. Israel killed the guy, the commander in Hezbollah, who captured 5 of our soldiers in Iraq. And
in Iraq, yeah, in a war of choice that we should not have fought. We invaded that part of the world, and some of our soldiers were taken hostage, and that's terrible for the soldier. But like, what are you talking about? This during the Iraq War?
Individually executed them. They don't even get a thank you. We haven't killed any of these guys. They've killed the leadership and the under leadership in Hezbollah, responsible for killing hundreds and hundreds of our people. We didn't do that. They did it. And in response, it's, the fighting has to stop. Well, of course the fighting has to stop. But everybody doesn't sign deals and everybody doesn't agree to deals.
But you don't have to. The Israelis don't have to agree to it. But if anything goes down, it's their problem. It's their problem. May the best country win. Hey, let me ask you something. Israel refused to put on the table sending the IDF into Clark Island. They said, we don't have the personnel for that, so we're not going to do that. So if there's a ground invasion, it's going to be our allies doing it for us. Do you think Israel, after this colossal humiliation, do you really think the Israelis are equipped to fight Iran one-on-one without our help? Do you really think you want to be talking like that? Of course, he can't envision a world where that would be the case, and it's probably not the case, but you guys are well on your way to making that a possibility at this point. All right, so that was part one. Then, to get even more unhinged, Mark Levin, pushing back against President Trump, touts Israel's not-so-secretive nuclear weapons. Warns Israel has some very, very powerful weapons that it has not used.
Wow. Strongly disagree with something the president said today. I heard him say one other time, too, which is, if we hadn't attacked Iran, Israel would not exist. It would have been destroyed. That's simply not true. It's simply not true. For 12 days, Israel fought a year ago against the Iranian regime before we did. Destroyed its ground-to-air missiles, destroyed its Soviet and / Russian radar systems, destroyed much of its air force, destroyed much of any of its defenses. For 12 days. We went in on the 13th day with our great bombers and those bombs, and we hit those nuclear sites. But Israel has some very, very powerful weapons that it has not used. I don't know this firsthand. Just go online and read about it. It's a secret that's not so secretive. And they've had him for decades. Israel will survive. Period.
Now, I want you to just imagine that Mehdi Hassan went on the air and floated the possibility of a Muslim country that he felt strongly about using nuclear weapons. I mean, he would be fired. He wouldn't be on the air anymore past that. Like, that would be it. Even if they were an ally of this country, right? Even if it was the Saudis, for him to come on the air and say, this Muslim country has secret weapons no one knows about, and if it comes to it, they might have to, as the United States is signing a peace deal. Like, again, they're just making it all too obvious where they're coming from. But even Mark Levin, has a little cope in him. Notice the difference between the woke right. I'm sorry, folks. Notice the difference between the woke right and many of us. If we have a disagreement with the president or the administration, we don't try to destroy them. The woke right does. Maybe there's a contrary example here or there, but for the woke right, it's part of their grift. So this just came across the wire today. Sagar and Jetty reports, Times of Israel, Netanyahu to lean on right-wing pundits, pro-Israel senators to influence final Iran deal. He plans to use media figures such as Fox News' Mark Levin and pro-Israel politicians to get his message across to Trump. Glenn Greenwald, citing the same article, says it's beyond clear that Mark Levin should file as an Israeli agent under FARA and be prosecuted if he does not. Yeah, if there's direct communication between you and a foreign head of state to do propaganda for the purpose of persuading the president for any reason, much less to dissuade the president from following through on a peace deal, how are you not an agent of that foreign country? Like, how? If you are in direct communication with a foreign head of state regarding war propaganda, then yeah, of course you're a foreign agent.
Yeah, they're all foreign agents in this space. Whether they get paid directly by Israel, or more likely it's funneled through Jewish American organizations that are being directed by Israel. You want to talk about a fifth column? There's your fifth column.
Right.
Like this is exactly this is beyond the network that Israel has built up of supposedly American organizations that are directed by Israel is beyond anything Joseph McCarthy ever dreamt up in the Cold War. This actually has the virtue of being real. When I had a post go kind of viral where I was calling out a congressperson for the money they got from AIPAC, and I had Insurrection Barbie and a lot of other MAGA people, but she was the most high profile account saying, AIPAC is Americans. How stupid are you? And they all parroted the same
Right.
thing, which tells you it's directed.
Right.
They were told that's your talking point about AIPAC, that AIPAC is Americans, and you're stupid if you don't realize AIPAC is Americans. They're not fucking Americans. I mean, they technically are, but they're agents of Israel as an organization. They are clearly being directed. If they weren't being directed, how could you possibly coordinate that kind of response across multiple MAGA influencers?
Right. Exactly. All right. We got one more segment to do here, but before that, we will put up our patron scroll here. If you want to become a member, various perks include post-game live streams, film club live streams with our friends at Right Brain TV, call-in access to all of our Q&As, and your name up in lights here on the patron scroll. You guys are the backbone of the show, so please, if you can support us, it is a huge help. Links are on the screen right now. Stray Cat in the Streets, thanks for the €2. JD Vance is very anti-symmetrical. IDF Kills Children, thanks for the $5. Hello, everyone. Hello there. Thank you for the donation. Yeah, Eric Rousseau, Trump takes an L with Iran while Mamdani is basking in W's with the Knicks parade today. That's right. And the Knicks winning the finals in the middle of all this. Kenman says Sophia Bush from the dialogue list is literally the most identity politics pushing lib ever. She also shills for Paltrow's goop. Oh, interesting.
Oh, wow. That's funny.
Nocturnal Human, when you search for Palestine News Network on Rumble, it just exits the search with no result. Interesting. Are they on Rumble? I didn't know they were on Rumble. Kenman G, actually, Joseph Gordon-Levitt's wife, Tasha McCauley, is important tech scientist who is behind the attempted ouster of Sam Altman. Is that right? Right? So he's a lizard person too. Kuznetsky Bassane, thanks for the super sticker. Appreciate it. Vienticus, ever see Japanese team building? Places there have a culture of emotional blackmail and shame in order to get people to work themselves to death and do free overtime. You know, you got in for the Japanese lately, Vienticus, with all the anime stuff. Yeah. ASM, I mean, they just went to Japan, my brother's firm. With this Iran deal, is there any credence to the idea of accelerationism? Well, accelerationism would have been had they just fought it out. I mean, that would have been accelerationism. Yeah. This was just a freak ass backwards thing. So far, knock on wood. Zafo says, who will you be cheering for if the U.S. plays Iran in the World Cup? That would be fucking amazing, wouldn't that be?
That would be awesome.
Wouldn't that be fucking amazing? To have
Obviously, Iran.
I mean, that would just be the funniest shit ever. That would be just extraordinary. Eric EO Shush, that would get Russell interested in sports, actually.
For one game.
Yeah, for one game. There is going to be a civil war between the autistic tech CEOs and Zionists for the soul of the MAGA GOP party. Vance versus Rubio. Could get messy. Zionists have the tapes. Vance has the pardon. Good one. Kuznetsky Bassane, it's Iran's money to be released by U.S. and Europe. Yes, that's right. But that is apparently, so the sanctions relief is apparently separate from their ability to sell oil. In other words, they're going to be able to sell oil starting now. And then the sanctions relief, is on top of that. At least that is the way, what's his name? Brian Kilmeade put it. Vienticus says, I'm pretty sure it was Sunday, Keaton. I kind of want to see the Keaton calendar now. We live in a blur of fuckery. I think it was probably Thursday.
I don't think so, because I remember the market kind of pre-crashing.
Yeah, the show was during the day when it looked like he was going to
Yeah,
bomb again.
yeah.
And then by the evening, he had called it off. Yeah. What's the deal with Joan Rivers? Was she any good? I mean, I never found her particularly funny. She was an insult comic.
She was an insult comic, exactly.
Yeah. I mean, she was all right. I think Don Rickles was better. Much better. Let's see. Danny, thanks for the $5. I'm late to today's show. Russ, how was the championship parade? I'll expect your full Substack report and vlog first thing tomorrow morning. It was going on as we were doing the show.
That went on as we were, yeah.
Yeah. It was crazy though. I mean, there was footage on Twitter of like, the train station at Ronkonkoma, which is like the farthest out on the Suffolk County line there. There were people, like when you got off the subway at the route, it was a half an hour to get out of the subway tunnels, like just an insane amount of people. Oops, sorry, got that one again. Eric Torres says it's fucking nuts, man. Neocons have been working almost 30 years now, and people keep falling for their BS. What does that say about our society?
Wrong for almost 30 years.
Wrong. Yeah. Oh, wrong. Yeah. No, it's amazing. It's amazing.
Well, it tells you the psychopaths are in charge.
Right.
It's not people. It's not people. If you take a poll, these things are not popular with people. You don't have a democracy. That's what it is.
Kenman, Batya, the Iran situation is a disaster due to elite appeasement of the Iranian elites, leading to elite peril in Israel. Eric Maines, post-UFC White House match and victory in Gulf time for POTUS to pitch our new national drink. Brondo, the thirst mutilator. Lizard people like their food fat and stupid. Good one. Nathan Pop says, Batya is wearing a literal star of Ramfon. Thank you. Yeah, she wears that star all the time. U.S. also lost the 14-year Philippine War before World War I. Thank you, Millraven. Thanks, DD, for your hard work. I am late. Did you catch Jose Vega on Jimmy Dore? Yeah, he was on yesterday. I caught some of that interview. But yeah, he was on. Oh, yeah, speaking of Jose Vega, we got to shout out Jacoby Hospital. Jose wanted us to shout out the hospital. So Jose had a minor medical emergency. He's fine. But he had to go to the ER a couple nights ago. And when he got to the ER doctor said, by the way, I saw you on Due Dissidence earlier. And he showed him the interview on his phone, and he's voting for Jose. So apparently they got a couple of Jose supporters and a couple of DD fans over at Jacoby Hospital. So shout out to the staff over there. Let's see. What else we got over here? Lawns are fun. Says, haven't won since World War II because Stalin and the USSR single-handedly crushed the Axis, both Japan and Germany. USSR caused 80% Axis loss. Yeah, that's the other thing. We don't have the USSR anymore to fight with us. Millraven, Moro, if you can't defeat Yemen, don't attack Iran. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
That's a good point.
That's one of many lessons. In Terabang, Keaton's Mark Levin impression is incredible. Well, thank you, sir. Darius King will have people that will say we won Desert Storm and leave the fact that we had help from 42 different countries to do it. Yep. Well, you got people saying we didn't lose Vietnam. We didn't lose the war. We gave up on the war. We abandoned it. We abandoned the mission. We had them right where we wanted them.
If we had just still been there today.
Right. Yeah.
We're just about to turn the corner.
That's right. All right. We got one more segment on the day, everybody.
All right. This is one we're calling The Kids Are All Right. And it's something of a tribute. These kids get beat up on a lot by very what do we call boomers? But I'm kidding. Hey man, because I'm not hypersensitive like that. A lot of Xers beat up on them, and it's really not cool. I think if you're older, your job is to be mentoring the next generation, not beating up on them or shaming them or guilting them, especially when, if you're an Xer or you're a boomer, you can tell them whatever bullshit you want to tell them about how you only got to have KFC once a year. But I was there, not the boomer thing. But I was there for X. We had it better than they did. All right. Don't bullshit a bullshitter. You can bullshit these kids. They weren't there. They don't know. I was there. I was there. You know how much better we had it than them. So how you gonna treat them like that? You should be trying to help them, not put them down. So it's kind of amazing to me that having grown up in a world of in this digital panopticon that they've grown up in, they managed to find their way to the truth. These kids are pretty based, man. So here's Gloria Caulfield being booed at the University of Central Florida commencement speech when she brought up AI.
Of artificial intelligence is the next industrial revolution. What happened? Okay, I struck a chord. May I finish? Only a few years ago, AI was not a factor in our lives.
All right, now this is how out of touch these people are. Like, why would you think you're going to go and give a speech to graduates about a technology that is eliminating the kinds of entry-level jobs that graduates rely on to start climbing the ladder to a career, and they're going to be excited about that? Like, why would you think you'd get a different reaction?
Oh, yeah. And how bad are your social skills that you don't just give it up after they boo you the first time?
None of them do.
Just move on.
None of them do. There have been several of these, including Eric Schmidt, who just was outed as one of the Dialogue members, co-founder of Google. He's at the University of Arizona, and he got similar treatment.
Of artificial intelligence. Interesting.
I wanted to speak at the University of Arizona because most of the porn that I watch features your students.
Yeah.
The question is whether you will help shape artificial intelligence. We do not know. We do not know the precise contours of what this. If you'd let me make this point, please.
Why? Mayor Day. Why? Why should they let you make that point?
Choose a diversity of perspectives, including the perspective of the immigrant, who has so often been the person who came to this country and made it better.
AI to
we
immigrants.
thought that we were adding stones to a cathedral of knowledge that humanity had been constructing for centuries.
All right, that's enough. Take the hint.
Built artificial intelligence that reflects those values, the world will be unimaginably better for it. I'll switch sides. You are surrendering your agency. We have only seen maybe 1% of what is to come. I'm very proud of this. If you don't care about science, that's okay, because AI is going to touch everything else as well. Whatever path you choose.
Yeah, tell them there's no escape. That's
there's no future. Yeah, you can
that's
boo
the
all
way
you
to
want.
win them over.
Yeah.
Well, you could want whatever you want, but it doesn't matter because this is what's going to happen.
You're going to be living in a
said
pod.
So. You're going to be living in a pod, and we're going to be using your body heat for energy.
If you want to learn something entirely new and you want to have a personal tutor in any language for the cost of an internet connection, you can have it. You can now assemble a team of AI agents to help you with the parts that you could never accomplish on your own. When someone offers you a seat on the rocket ship, you do not ask which seat. You just get on. The rocket ship is here.
Really?
Let me give you some advice.
What if the rocket ship is going to take you into the sun?
Listen.
When someone tells you to do something, you just do it.
You bring the conscience. You bring the perspective.
When a rich person tells you to do something, you don't question it.
Happiness, I have come to believe, is not the same as joy. Happiness is derived from meaning. Meaning in your work, meaning in your relationships. Thank you very much and good night.
Yes, that was pretty brutal. All
Nailed
right,
it.
so this segment is really a tribute to the kids in this graduation season as we get to the end of it. So the first part of this is AI, but I also put together a little tribute reel of what y'all have been doing about Palestine. Mother Jones, who, God, man, they're such an awful lib rag. I think I can count on one hand the number of times in all these years we've used them as a source. And even here, they choose to talk about the student protests against AI without a word about the fact that there have actually been more protests about Palestine. However, they brought out some interesting points here. College grads are rejecting AI en masse. For the most part, C. Wright Mills, he wrote a seminal book of sociology, The Power Elite, found the elite of the mid 20th century didn't reach their positions due to great talent, intelligence, or skill, but through networks of family wealth and a drive for status. Yet they still held a modicum of public trust, particularly the administrators and scholars among them. It was a time of general prosperity, which new technology facilitated. The elite who managed those new tools were getting more for themselves, sure, but they wanted stability and predictability so they might thrive. Indeed, they often made power seem relatively boring and procedural. Their successors are marked by being disinhibited, says sociologist Heather Gautney, who's the new power elite follows on Mills's original, far less able to recognize the needs of the people whose futures they are supposed to help steward, and less likely to even gesture at sympathy for them, engaging in constant self-dealing with far less fear of exposure. They are often more anti-government in the past, leaning deeper and deeper into corporate authoritarianism, as Gautney puts it, and preoccupied with dismantling the administrative state their predecessors ran. While Mills wrote that great corporations are the great units of wealth to which individuals of property are variously attached, now the companies are often secondary to people like Musk, who control massive firms in different sectors. The new power elite better resembles a cult structure, in Gautney's words, as recent revelations in Wired about Dialogue, Peter Thiel's secretive elite gathering, drive home. The new power elite despises security and continuity. They're hell-bent on removing the bureaucracy of Mills's era, which no one exemplifies better than Elon Musk, with the recent Texas outbreak of flesh-eating screwworm potentially linked to Doge's elimination of USAID. Oh, it wasn't just trans dance groups, huh? What do you know? Their bright ideas include the end of liberal arts university education as promoted by Thiel or his Palantir minion, Alex Karp. It can be replaced by rented time in AI data centers where people will buy intelligence from us on a meter, as OpenAI boss Sam Altman has suggested. I can't imagine why these kids are booing these guys. I can't imagine it. This inability to absorb the life experience of everyday people, many of us simply want to go to college, many of us enjoy meaningful work, stands in sharp contrast to the behavior of the old power elite who oversaw an epochal expansion of higher education. And as exploitative as corporations were back then, they didn't advertise quite as cheerfully that they'd be hollowing out your industry sometime in the next quarter. What do they have to fear? David Ellison and his father Larry control Paramount and CBS. Elon Musk has turned Twitter into a right-wing slop factory. Conservative Sinclair Media owns legacy papers and close to 200 television stations. The worst of the new power elite can now get away with whatever they like. And yeah, that's a very interesting analysis. Now, What they're not getting into is that old, relatively responsible middle management bureaucratic power elite was created as a result of a willingness after the Great Depression and World War II of that class to give up a certain amount of wealth for security, for the kind of security that, as the article does point out, they realized that their wealth and fortune depended on. Between the New Deal and World War II, they were persuaded, you know what? Give the peasants more, and you don't have to worry about them coming for you. And then otherwise, the alternative is 1917, and you don't want that, right? So you did have this period where the power elite understood part of their responsibility to be to maintain social cohesion and to maintain a certain level of prosperity for the proles, right? I mean, it's very interesting because we tend to think at that time things were more egalitarian, and Mills's finding was even then it was basically the wealthy and the connected who wound up running things anyway, even at that time. Although, and again, it's just an article, it only has so much room. I would argue that at that time, you had many more rags to riches kind of stories. More people came up from under. I can see it in just when you look at the biographies of directors. You go back and you look at the biography of people in the arts from back at that time. A lot of them, like they had served in World War II and they went to school on the GI Bill. You have a lot of people. Joseph Papp, who created Shakespeare in the Park, came from the slums on the Lower East Side. Like you had a lot of that back then. You see that very rarely now. Like now, when you look at biographies of people in that industry, they're usually Nepo babies. And very often they're like entertainment industry Nepo babies. Even the Hollywood directors, very often they came from these very eccentric backgrounds back then. And you almost never see that anymore. However, you know, I mean, Mills was probably right in terms of, but he really focused on politics, military, industrial complex, and such. Yeah, when you look at these people like Elon, these people like Thiel, it's quite the opposite. They're interested in ripping society apart and burning it down. And this is they don't have a sense of social responsibility at all. They think their job is to remake society in their own image. And these kids are picking up on that, and that's why they're getting that kind of a reception. You want to say anything before we go on?
No, it's okay.
Okay, so that is what Mother Jones is comfortable covering in regards to student protests. You know, they even mention the Ellisons without a word about Israel. It's amazing. And I will just say before we leave this, yeah, Mother Jones, even though the tone of the article is to distance itself from those old power elites, that is what they represent. That is what passes for liberalism today. Basically, that article is making an argument for a return to that type of power elite, a technocratic management elite that gives the peasants enough to keep them quiet. That is where their sympathies lay. So you notice they don't mention that Jack Dorsey also ran a very censorious social media site, just in a different direction. But most of the protests seem to be about Palestine. So this from DropSite, an estimated 100 to 200 Stanford students walked out of Google CEO Sundar Pichai's commencement address Sunday, chanting free Palestine, as boos and cries of shame on you were directed at Pichai from parts of the crowd. The protest targeted Google's Project Nimbus cloud contract with the Israeli government, which includes services for the defense ministry and other state agencies as the country commits genocide in Gaza and ethnically cleanses Lebanon. That's the most recent, but this has been going on all through the graduation season at the City University of New York Law School. The students boycotted their own graduation ceremony in protest of the ongoing genocide in Palestine. At CUNY's Colin Powell School, they protested Linda Thomas Greenfield for enabling Palestinian massacres and starvation through her sole veto of 3 UN ceasefire resolutions, or as I used to call Greenfield, Token McGinty. A 17-year-old valedictorian, Lean Hajaz, used her graduation speech to speak for the voiceless. Quote, millions suffering in Palestine, Sudan, Congo, Afghanistan, families torn apart by ICE. The school administrator cut her mic, told her if you don't stop, you're not graduating. They withheld her diploma for 4 days. The president of Seattle University prevented a student from raising the Palestinian flag during the university's graduation ceremony. And Harvard, apparently they just kind of let it rip at Harvard. They let the students express themselves as they wanted. They know they're all going to wind up at McKinsey anyway. What do they care, right? But I put together a little video tribute for the kids. So here's what's been going on at these graduation ceremonies. Good job, kids. So Mahmoud Khalil actually went to address the students from Stanford who had walked out.
I never attended a graduation ceremony. Over a year ago, while my classmates walked across a stage, I sat behind bars on a bunk in an ICE detention center in Louisiana. My crime was literally speaking out against Israel's genocide in Gaza. My crime was refusing to stay silent. But my story is not unique. That students are not passive observers of history. A movement led by students from all backgrounds, coming together with a shared sense of justice. History rarely remembers the people who told them to sit down. History remembers the people who stood up.
Yes, yes. So Ali London cashing in his $7,000 here. Stanford students storm out of graduation ceremony in the name of Gaza. Hundreds of students marched out of the ceremony whilst waving Palestinian flags. Whilst? That's very uptown.
Why whilst?
Whilst. Not a single one of the protesting students waved American flags.
Oh, my.
Not a single one. This one's really funny. Helen Andrews. People have this idea that when our elite campuses become 50% plus Asian, they'll be less left-wing, But we can just look at places like Stanford, 24% white, and see that this isn't so. The stereotype of the apolitical Asian student is very outdated, as are you apparently, and the ladies you lunch with over cucumber sandwiches making these kinds of brilliant observations about Asians.
Yeah.
Who thought that? Who thought that? Oh, racists? Oh,
Yeah.
racists. Racists thought that. I didn't personally think that. You know, Asians are responsible for 2 out of 3 of the successful communist revolutions that still are in existence today. Doesn't sound like they're not prone to left-wing politics, does it? Vinod Khosla, he is the co-founder of Sun Microsystems. The stupidity of these Stanford students to take the greatest opportunity for equality and humanity ever and to really free humanity and go walk out on Google and Sundar Pichai that's pioneered that. Biased, idiotic, short-sighted, and very selfish. Let me ask you something, motherfucker. If this is going to improve the lives of humans, why are you and all your peers building up doomsday bunkers to hide out in? Why is that? Why when they poll the power elites at Dialogue in the now leaked secret answers they gave, why are they overwhelmingly predicting that AI is going to displace labor, leading to possible societal collapse and social unrest, if that's what it's going to do? Are you saying they don't realize that how good this is going to be for people?
And also, why do you think? I mean, why do you care if people want to protest it? Then, if you're so confident, then it's going to be a net
right. If
positive,
you're so confident, you can laugh at them later, right?
Yeah, you can laugh at them. I mean, that's the most protesters just get laughed at.
Right. Methinks thou dost protest too much.
Yeah.
Selfish because they ignored. Oh, I love this. This is he tries to pull a social justice card here.
Yeah.
Selfish because they ignored the bottom 3 billion people on this planet that could benefit from AI, and they are worried about their misinformed and selfish self-interest. Okay, so now are you trying to make the argument that the libs used to make when in the Hillary Bernie thing, when you would corner them about NAFTA, they would start to talk about how it improved the lives of people in poorer countries, so you should accept the job losses here because it helped? Is that what you're trying to say? And even if you were trying to say that, on what grounds would you argue that the poor are not just going to get poorer in a world where AI takes over the jobs that were being outsourced to their countries? Like, on what grounds would you even argue something like that? So Ro Khanna answered. It's probably one of his constituents. Vinod, my understanding is these students walked out to protest Google's contract with IDF, given Israel's genocide in Gaza. Where everyone stands on those contracts, I believe you would support their right of free expression and challenging authority. Oh, Ro, surely you're not that naive. Of course they don't. Of course these masters of the universe do not support the right of these students to protest. Peter Thiel has openly said he doesn't believe in democracy. These people are all various shades of Curtis Yarvin inclined. They want to see basically a technate, as Elon's cult member grandfather supported, where you would see a society basically run by them, run by these Silicon Valley tech billionaire masters of the universe, where you have to shut up when they tell you to, peasant. They want to get rid of this whole premise that people have any kind of a say. They're salivating about it. They installed Trump. They used this immigration issue to build a national police force and to slip in the infrastructure for a surveillance state without getting backlash from the kinds of people who'd be most likely to occupy courthouses with shotguns, as they did during COVID by calling anyone who objected to it woke.
Yeah, well, I mean, when you look at the, students protesting, every year has gotten, I would say, more intense since October 7th, really. Since October 7th, really. 23,
Yep.
24, well, 24, 25, and now 26. And, they've just become more aware. I mean, the AI thing is really something that is going to be, the cataclysmic issue of our time. I mean, there's no doubt about that, and no one has more incentive to be aware of that than these kids who are, coming out of college,
course.
thousands of dollars in
They
debt,
can't get a
thinking
job.
they're going to get a job somewhere. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I just want to say for younger people who might watch this video, younger people in the audience, don't let the bastards get you down. The truth is, yeah, when these older people beat up on you, yeah, they're jealous and they're scared. They're jealous of your youth and they're scared that the world is going to move on and leave them behind, and that you're navigating a world they don't understand, and they're afraid there's no place for them in it. That's why they attack you with the bullshit about the Aldi lunch and all of that. It's all just old people who are jealous and scared. That's all that is. You know what you've been presented with and how impossible it is for you to have a decent life in this system. I don't have an answer for you of how you really fix it. Sadly, it is going to be on you, because you know what? I'm an Xer. I'm not afraid to admit I don't understand this world as well as you do. I did not grow up with the technology that you did. I went, tour guides, we always kick ass at trivia contests. So one of the companies I worked for used to like to go to these trivia contests. One night they made the mistake of going to a trivia contest skewed to younger people and were crushed in humiliating fashion. Because this wasn't about what John Adams said to Thomas Jefferson. It was about the meme that was popular in 2007. And nobody in that room nobody in that group knew a thing about that. And you do. You do. It is going to be for you to figure out how to unfuck the world. And it's unfair. It is really, really unfair. And that's something that older people like myself and people older than me should really understand and be trying to work with you and support you. I'm very sorry you're getting the kind of resistance that you are. But, for my part, and I think for a lot of people's part, there are a lot of people of goodwill that want to work with you to make a better world. But we have to figure out together how to make one. But keep doing what you're doing, man. You're doing the right thing, and it's very impressive. This did not go on in my generation. And you know what? The boomers won't tell you, for the most part, it didn't go on in theirs either.
Well, they would say, the Vietnam protests and stuff, but I don't
The
know.
Vietnam protests,
I mean,
but
they
they
were out
make
there.
they make it out like it was more common than it was. And frankly,
Yeah,
by
the
the
islands,
70s, Thomas Wolfe wrote his famous essay, The Me Generation, about how quickly that all collapsed into narcissism. So that by the time he wrote that essay, I think it was 1975 or 1976, he actually predicted that generation would end up fascist.
Yeah, I mean, who knows? I mean, the circumstances are certainly ripe for that as well. I mean, it could go either way. It could go either way. It depends on many factors. It depends on how this is handled, because, as Vladimir Putin says, it's coming. There is no stopping it. It is going to be a new world, and there are going to have to be a lot of adjustments. And these tech people talk about a Star Trek future. I mean, they think of themselves as gods. This fusion of the Elons and the Trumps, this was just like a merging that kind of came out of nowhere after Butler, Pennsylvania, when it became clear that Trump was probably going to win. Don't forget, until then, Elon was kind of sitting on his hands. He was back in RFK Jr., right? Like, he wasn't committed either way. These people aren't all in on an agenda. They've proven they're not all in on an agenda. These people are basically libs who saw that the tide swung a different direction, and so they all went one way. So there's a lot that's sort of in flux. I don't necessarily think there is one agenda that is set right now. I think macro, from a macro standpoint, you're looking at a technological cataclysm. And it is really kind of a jump ball to see like how that is handled. Because for all the talk about this, public opinion still counts for something. It always does, no matter what, it always does. Why do you think we have a ceasefire now? Why do you think they signed this MOU? Couldn't have $10 gas going into the midterm season. Couldn't happen. Not possible. Yeah, right. So public opinion always counts for something. The power always lies with the masses. Always, no matter what. That's where the real power always is. And so you have to remember that.
This is what the kids see very clearly. The whole core foundations of this system don't work anymore. And they see it very clearly because they didn't buy a house in 1980, right? They're walking out into this situation where you're expected to go get yourself into enormous amounts of debts, getting a degree that is never going to pay for itself. That is not a sustainable system where you can't buy a house. You're going to work and study that hard and rack up that kind of debt for what? To be a wage slave for the rest of your life, renting an apartment? You're going to own nothing and be angry. You're not going to own nothing and be happy. You're going to own nothing and be angry. They see that very clearly. And this is why I'm saying no one can see more clearly than them, because they're not calcified with habit, that this whole system doesn't work anymore. Just the basic core premises of it don't work anymore. But the people who benefit from this system, who got here before you, who benefit from it, that's from the suburban homeowner who bought their house for $50,000. It's worth $2 million, all the way up to Peter Thiel. They will not let this system go without being forced to let it go. And that is the problem of our historical moment, figuring out how you do that.
Yeah, see, I would differentiate a little bit, not to drag the show out, between the homeowner and these Peter Thiel types who really do view themselves as gods. It's not all about dollars and cents to them. They have a god complex. These people view themselves as the reinventors of the world. So I think they're excited to usher in a new system. It's just a question of what that looks like. And that is where I say it is a real jump ball, because they know they have changed the world for good. They're very proud of that. That's what they set out to do. These people think they're gods. They really do. Why do you think they do all this culty shit? Like, why do you think they have these like secret societies? Because that's how they view themselves. They view themselves as stewards of humanity. That could go either way, as we know, and most times that doesn't go too well, right? Most cults are not cults that the average person wants to join.
Right. Well, that's what the homeowners don't realize, that they're at cross purposes with that class. They think they're on the same team.
Right.
They want things to stay the way they have been.
Right. Exactly.
Either one is not really interested in you. They are not interested in nurturing the next generation. And that's why they shit on you the way that they do. Yeah. They should be helping you. They should be mentoring you. They should be praising you. And they certainly should be showing an understanding of how much worse things are for you. That's why I'm saying anybody my age or older who's trying to make it like we had it harder, they're fucking lying.
Well, yeah,
they're straight up lying to you. So what's the motive for doing that? You're jealous and you're scared. And I think that's you're betraying your role as an elder. Your role as an elder is to help and to mentor and to encourage, not to crush the spirit of the next generation.
Right. Get up, King. Wouldn't it be a shame there was mass self-deletion of compromised politicians as a result of this? Well, you'll see if the Epstein files drop. Race Car, thanks for the $20. Keep up the good work, guys. Thank you, Race Car. Vientica says, I studied a little bit of Japanese and Chinese. Don't ask me to speak them, but I also looked into their cultures. I still try to keep tabs on what goes on in those countries. The Donald, thanks for the $1.
So you're into hentai then?
You know, he likes anime. I know he's into anime. Hentai, I don't know. That's a bit of a personal question. I'm surprised none of these commencement speakers haven't clapped back. I didn't hear you booing when I wrote your term paper. Huh? Good one. Vientikis, got to point this out. When I'm trying to hire someone to get something done, and it's literally a miracle that they answer or do the task, what are people supposed to do? They'll go to fake I. I just see this general malaise anymore, and if you go through a corporation, you're feeding billionaires. If you try to go personal, you get ghosted. You can't win. Yeah, they're 100 steps ahead of all this. What did one of the commencement speakers say? He says you're only seeing 1% of what it is. So, like, you know, you want AI to, like, summarize a fucking article for you, you know, if it's more efficient to do that than to pay someone to do that. All right, I mean, I don't know what line of work you're in, but that's one thing. That's not what they're talking about. They're talking about, they're saying you're going to hire an AI as a lawyer. You're going to have AI, you're going to have robots representing you in court. That's where they're thinking. Skyman, your future has been made redundant. This digital Armageddon is simply the latest method. Now clap, you ungrateful animals. Back then existed a major U.S. communist presence, well, and a global communist presence. I mean, communism was a formidable force on the world stage, and for prudential reasons, they did not want those movements gaining a foothold here. And so you could say that the USSR really pushed the rest of the world to the left and really incentivized the capitalists to give a little bit up, so they didn't have to give everything up. News of Future Now, pro-AI grad speaker found hanging from his nutsack ceremony on stream of cat passes. Andy Gardner, we are hopefully in the Lance the Infected Cyst stage. It's ugly and it hurts, but maybe we can heal and start speaking Hebrew again. Good one. I know someone who's so proud of himself for protesting Vietnam. I also always figured the reason for protesting was solely having been drafted, and he lined right up for the jabs. So you think it was because he was drafted? Jealous of your youth. Well said, Russ. Sums it up. Thanks, Andy Gardner. I think it's funny all those dialogue groups had pseudo-elegant names except paying for sex. Yeah, that was the that one left no room for interpretation. Vientica says nature has its way of imposing. Be careful what you wish for. So if all these tech bros ever got what they wanted, the more tentacles, the better. The more tentacles, the better. Just joking, Russ. All right. Thanks everybody very much for being here. That's our show today. Appreciate you all very, very much. We will see you back here on Sunday night, 7 p.m. Eastern. Until then, thanks to the YouTubers and the Rumblers. Thanks to the mods for keeping the peace in the chat. Appreciate you all hanging out with us today on this most exciting of news weeks. We'll start another one with you all this Sunday night at 7 p.m. Until then, thanks very much for being here. Be safe and be well.
Courage!
Please clap.